Welcome to Sleepy Scrolls Slumber, your personal sanctuary where the wonders of history unfold in whispers. Close your eyes, let the parchment of time unroll, and drift into the amazing world of wonder where every story is a lullaby for the mind. Tonight, we begin.
Snake Eaters, a MACV-SOG story. Chapter 1, Into the Green. The Huey shuddered as it climbed through humid air over the South China Sea. Robert Sullivan pressed his back against the cold metal, feeling the vibration through his spine. The morning sun was just breaking the horizon, painting the water below in shades of orange and red. Inside the helicopter, the air was cool, almost cold. Bobby breathed it in, knowing it wouldn't last. Under the jungle canopy, the air would be thick, hot, heavy with moisture that would soak through their uniforms within minutes. He looked across the cargo bay at his team. RT Sidewinder, Recon Team Sidewinder. 6 men about to do something nobody had really done before. Not like this. Not this deep. It was early 1966. The war was young. MACV-SOG was even younger. Military Assistance Command, Vietnam Studies and Observations Group. The most dangerous job in Southeast Asia, and they were still figuring out how to do it. Jake Morrison sat beside Bobby, his assistant team leader. 24 years old, from Montana, former Ranger. The kind of soldier who never quit, never complained, never showed fear even when he felt it. He cradled an XM-21 sniper rifle across his lap. Modified M14, 7.62 millimeter rounds that could reach out and touch someone at 800 meters if Jake was behind the scope. "You good?" Jake asked without looking over. Bobby nodded. "Yeah, just thinking." "About what?" "About how we're making this up as we go." Jake smiled. "Thin, real. That's the job, brother. Nobody's written the manual yet. We're writing it." That was the truth. MACV-SOG had only been running cross-border operations for a few months. Small teams going into Laos and Cambodia to gather intelligence, find enemy supply routes, map the Ho Chi Minh Trail, locate base camps, report back. Simple, on paper. But the reality was messier. Nobody knew what gear worked best. Nobody knew the right tactics. Nobody knew how long teams could survive in Indian country before the enemy found them. That's what RT Sidewinder was supposed to figure out. Go in, test equipment, test tactics, learn what worked and what didn't, survive long enough to report back. Bobby looked at their radio operator, Kevin Matthews, 22 years old, from Philadelphia. African-American kid who'd grown up in the projects and joined the army to escape. Found out he was good at it. Really good. Made it through Q course on his first try. Volunteered for SOG because he wanted to see if he was as tough as he thought he was. The PRC-25 radio was strapped to Kevin's ruck. 30 pounds of communications equipment, their lifeline to the outside world. Kevin also carried medical supplies, trauma kits, morphine syringes, pressure bandages, everything they'd need if someone got hit. The 3 indigenous team members sat quietly. Wai Drem, Wai Jut, and Vang Pao. Montagnard and Hmong fighters who'd been fighting communists longer than Bobby had been in the army. Wai Drem was the oldest, maybe 30, maybe 40. Hard to tell with mountain people who'd spent their lives in harsh conditions. Degas people from the Central Highlands. The communists had rolled through his village in 1964, killed the men who resisted, took the women. Drem had been fighting ever since. First with the CIA's Mountain Scouts, now with SOG. He carried a CAR-15, the shortened version of the M16, collapsible stock, 10-inch barrel, perfect for jungle fighting, where engagements happened at 20 meters, not 200. Extra magazines bulged from his chest rig. A Montagnard bracelet circled his wrist, brass and intricate, a warrior's marker. Jut was younger, maybe 25. Drem's nephew or cousin. Bobby wasn't entirely clear on the family structure. He was quieter than Drem, more cautious. The kind of fighter who watched and learned before acting. He carried an AK-47, captured from the Viet Cong, maintained with religious precision. The weapon he trusted more than American rifles that sometimes jammed in jungle humidity. Vang Pao was Hmong. Different tribe, different background, but same enemy. The Hmong had been fighting communists in Laos for years. CIA recruited them heavily, trained them, armed them, used them to fight the shadow war that nobody talked about. Vang Pao was 28 years old, spoke decent English, had a wife and 3 children in a refugee camp near Da Nang. He carried a CAR-15 and a suppressed high-standard pistol, .22 caliber, SOG issue for silent kills, the kind of weapon you used when you absolutely couldn't make noise. Bobby looked at his team and felt the weight of command settle on his shoulders. He was 26 years old, from Boston, Irish Catholic family, 4 brothers, all in the military. His father had fought in World War II, landed at Normandy, told Bobby stories about what real combat was like, about the fear, the chaos, the weight of leading men into danger. Now Bobby was about to find out if those stories had prepared him, or if nothing could prepare you for this. The crew chief made his way down the cargo bay, checking each man, making sure everyone was ready. He reached Bobby, leaned close to be heard over the rotor noise. 10 minutes. Bobby held up 10 fingers for the team. Everyone acknowledged. Weapons checks, final adjustments, the ritual before insertion. Bobby's CAR-15 felt heavy across his lap. He'd test-fired it 100 times, knew exactly how it performed. Select a switch on safe. 20-round magazine seated, 1 round in the chamber. 8 more magazines in his load-bearing equipment, 160 rounds total. Plus fragmentation grenades, smoke grenades, a strobe light for emergency extraction. The Huey dropped into a combat descent, nose down, falling fast. Bobby's stomach lurched as they went from 3,000 feet to treetop level in seconds. The door gunner's M60 machine gun swiveled, scanning for threats. Green jungle rushed past. So close, Bobby could see individual trees, individual vines hanging like curtains. The landing zone was a bomb crater. B-52 strike from a month ago. Arc-light mission that had turned jungle into moonscape. Nature was already reclaiming it, but there was still enough open space for a helicopter. 5 minutes. Bobby checked his gear one more time, tightened the straps on his ruck. 60 pounds of equipment, water, rations, ammunition, everything he'd need for 5 days in the jungle. 5 days. That was the plan. Insert, move north, locate a suspected enemy supply route, observe, count troops, identify vehicle types, map the trail, extract. Simple, on paper. The Huey flared hard, nose up, tail down. rotor wash flattening the vegetation into swirling waves. The door gunner leaned into his M60, finger on the trigger, ready to light up the tree line if anything moved wrong. Go, go, go! Bobby launched himself out, dropped into the crater. 10-foot fall into soft earth. He rolled, came up in a crouch. CAR-15 up, scanning his sector. The jungle was a wall of green 50 meters away. Triple-canopy rainforest, the kind that blocked out the sun and turned day into permanent twilight. Jake hit the ground beside him, then Kevin, then the indigenous team members, moving like smoke, spreading into a defensive perimeter without being told. Professional, smooth. The Huey was already climbing, rotors biting air, pulling away fast. In 10 seconds, it was gone. In 30 seconds, Bobby couldn't hear it anymore. Silence. Not real silence. The jungle was never silent. Insects hummed, birds called. Somewhere distant, monkeys screamed at the intrusion. But human silence. No voices, no movement. Just 6 men in a bomb crater in Laos, alone. Bobby keyed his radio twice. 2 clicks. Signal to the covey circling high above. We're on the ground. We're secure. No contact. 3 clicks came back. Roger. Good luck. Radio silence from here on unless things went bad. Bobby hand-signaled wide rim. The Montagnard rose smoothly, began moving toward the tree line. Wide Jut fell in behind him. Then Vang Pao. Then Kevin. Jake behind Kevin. Bobby took rear security. They entered the jungle. The temperature changed instantly. The cool air from altitude disappeared, replaced by thick, humid heat. It hit Bobby like a physical thing, heavy, oppressive. Within minutes, sweat was running down his face, soaking through his uniform, making the fabric stick to his skin. The light changed too. Under the triple canopy, the bright morning sun became filtered green twilight. Shadows everywhere. Visibility dropped to 50 meters, then 30, then 20. The jungle closed in around them like a living thing. And the smells, God, the smells. Rotting vegetation, fungus, wet earth. The sweet, sick smell of decay. Everything in the jungle was either growing or dying, usually both at the same time. Wide rim set the pace, slow, deliberate. 20 meters, then stop. Listen, observe, feel the jungle. 20 more meters, stop again. Bobby understood the rhythm immediately. This wasn't like training at Fort Bragg. This was different. The jungle was alive, watching. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, every bird call could mean danger. And the sounds were everywhere. Insects buzzing in clouds around their heads, birds calling from the canopy, the distant roar of howler monkeys, something slithering through dead leaves, the crack of a branch falling from a tree. Bobby's senses were on fire. Every sight, every sound, every smell was cataloged, analyzed, categorized. Threat or harmless, natural or human, safe or deadly. After an hour, they'd covered barely 500 meters. Bobby's uniform was completely soaked through. Sweat poured off him. The humidity was so thick, it felt like breathing water. His ruck dug into his shoulders, the straps cutting through the wet fabric. Wydrum's hand went up. Fist closed. Freeze. Bobby dropped to a knee. Car 15 oriented on their back trail, listening, straining to hear whatever Wydrum had detected. There, voices, distant, maybe 200 meters to their east, speaking Vietnamese, multiple people. Enemy patrol, moving through the jungle, searching or just patrolling, no way to know. Wydrum hand signaled, wait, let them pass. The team became statues, not moving, barely breathing. Bobby could hear his own pulse, could feel sweat dripping down his back, could smell himself. 5 hours in the jungle, and he already stank. Salt, sweat, fear. The voices grew closer, then peaked, then faded, moving away. 5 minutes passed. 10. Wydrum finally signaled. Continue. They began moving again, angling away from where the patrol had been, putting distance between themselves and the enemy. By noon, they'd covered 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters in 4 hours. Bobby's legs burned. His shoulders screamed. His feet were already developing hot spots that would become blisters. But they kept moving. 1 step, another step. Don't think about the pain. Don't think about the distance remaining. Just move. Wydrum found a place to rest. Small thicket of wait-a-minute vines. Thorns that grabbed fabric and skin. Miserable to be in, but perfect concealment. Nobody would search here, because nobody would voluntarily be here. The team collapsed into a defensive circle, each man facing outward, weapons oriented on different sectors. Bobby pulled out his canteen, took a long drink. The water tasted like plastic and iodine tablets, but it was wet. Jake moved beside him, spoke barely above a whisper. This gear is wrong. What do you mean? Everything. Jake gestured at his load-bearing equipment. Too much weight, too much noise. The canvas straps squeak when they're wet. The metal clips clank together. We sound like a hardware store walking through the jungle. Bobby listened. Jake was right. When they moved, there were little sounds. Metal on metal. Fabric rubbing. The creak of leather. Small sounds, but in the jungle silence, they carried. What do we do about it? We learn, Jake said simply. We figure out what works, what doesn't. We take it back. We tell command. We change it for the next team. Bobby pulled out his notebook, started making notes. Equipment modifications needed. Tape metal parts to prevent noise. Replace canvas with rubber or nylon. Redesign pouches to eliminate squeaking. This was part of the mission. Learn, adapt, improve. After 15 minutes, they began moving again. The afternoon was harder. The heat built under the canopy. Oppressive, stifling. Bobby's clothes were so soaked they chafed, creating raw spots under his arms. Around his waist where the belt sat, between his legs. The jungle pressed in, vines hanging like snares, roots grasping at feet, thorns catching on fabric. It felt like the jungle was actively trying to slow them down, to trap them. And the sounds continued. The constant buzz of insects, the rustle of unseen animals, the drip of condensation from leaves overhead. Every sound was catalogued, analyzed, threat or harmless. Bobby's senses were overloaded. His nose picked up everything. The sweet smell of rotting fruit, the acrid smell of crushed plants, the musky smell of animals, and underneath it all, the smell of the jungle itself, ancient, primordial, indifferent. At 1600 hours, they crossed a trail. Not much, just a break in the undergrowth, maybe 3 feet wide, but clearly used. Boot prints, disturbed vegetation, a discarded ration tin, Chinese markings. Drim studied it carefully, knelt beside the trail, touched the earth, smelled it, looked at the boot prints. Finally, he signaled Bobby forward. Recent, Drim whispered. Maybe 6 hours. 10 men, maybe 12. Moving north. Supply convoy? Maybe. Or patrol. Hard to say. Bobby noted the trail's location on his map, marked the direction, estimated troop strength. This was intelligence. This was what they'd come for. They crossed the trail carefully, one at a time, each man covering the others, weapons up, ready. Nobody shot at them. That was something. By 1700 hours, they'd covered 3 kilometers. Drim found a place to remain overnight. Small depressions surrounded by thick vegetation. Good. Concealment. Defensible if they needed to fight. The team set up a patrol base, loose perimeter. Each man positioned to watch a different sector. No fire, no cooking. Cold rations eaten in silence. Bobby forced down a can of sea rations, beans and franks. Cold, congealed, tasted like salted cardboard. But it was calories. As darkness fell, the jungle changed. The day sounds faded. The night sounds rose. Different insects, different animals. The jungle at night was a different creature entirely. Bobby took first watch with Drim. 2 hours, from 2000 to 2200. 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. in civilian time. But there was no civilian time here. Just watch schedules and darkness. The darkness was absolute. Under the triple canopy, even starlight didn't penetrate. Bobby couldn't see his hand in front of his face. All he had were sounds. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a branch, the scream of some unknown animal in the distance. His imagination ran wild. Every sound became a threat. Every silence became an ambush waiting to happen. His finger stayed indexed along his Car 15's receiver, ready to move into the trigger guard if shooting started. But nothing happened. The night passed, watch by watch. Bobby slept in 2-hour blocks, never deeply, always aware of his surroundings. The jungle pressed into his dreams, made them strange and anxious. At 05:30, pre-dawn light began to filter through the canopy. Not real light, just a lessening of the darkness. Enough to see shapes, enough to move. They ate cold rations, drank water, prepared for day 2. Bobby gathered the team, spoke in whispers. We're making good progress. We've identified one major trail. Today we push north another 3 kilometers, find the main supply route. That's the objective. Questions? No questions, just 6 faces looking back at him, ready to continue. They began moving at 0600, 6 a.m. Day 2 was when Bobby started to understand the jungle. It wasn't just terrain. It wasn't just vegetation and animals. It was a living system. Everything connected. Everything interdependent. And humans were intruders. The jungle had its own sounds, its own rhythms. When birds suddenly stopped singing, it meant something was moving. When monkeys screamed, it meant they detected something unusual. When the insects went silent, it meant danger. Widrem taught Bobby to read these signs, not through words, but through hand signals and patience. Stop here. Listen to the birds. Wait for the jungle to accept your presence. Then move again. It was slow, agonizingly slow, but it was how you survived. By mid-morning, they'd covered 2 kilometers. The terrain got steeper. They were climbing now, moving into foothills. Bobby's legs burned with every step. His ruck felt like it weighed 100 pounds. And the heat, God, the heat. It built under the canopy like an oven. The humidity made it worse. Bobby's clothes were perpetually soaked. Salt stains formed on his uniform. His skin was starting to chafe everywhere the fabric rubbed. At 1100 hours, Widrem found what they were looking for. The trail. Not a small footpath this time. This was a road. 8 feet wide. Packed earth. Cleared overhead for vehicle passage. The Ho Chi Minh Trail. The main supply artery feeding communist forces in South Vietnam. Bobby's pulse quickened. This was it. This was what they'd come for. They found a position on a hillside overlooking the trail. Good concealment. Good sight lines. Good fields of fire if they needed to escape quickly. Bobby pulled out his binoculars. Vietnamese made, captured from the NVA. Actually better than American issue. He focused on the trail below. For an hour, nothing moved. The trail was empty, silent. Bobby started to wonder if they'd found a section that wasn't being used anymore. Then he heard it. The sound of engines. Distant, growing closer. A convoy appeared. 5 trucks, Zeal 131s. Russian-made 6x6s. Canvas-covered cargo bays. Each truck heavily loaded, moving slowly along the rough trail. Bobby counted troops. 2 guards on each truck. 10 soldiers total visible. Probably more in the cargo bays. Estimated 25 to 30 personnel total. He photographed the convoy with a small camera. Click, click, click. Documented everything. Vehicle types, troop strength, direction of travel, time. The convoy passed, continued north, disappeared around a bend in the trail. Bobby noted everything in his notebook. This was gold. This was the intelligence command needed. Proof the Ho Chi Minh Trail was active in this area. Proof supplies were flowing. Targets for airstrikes. We stay here, Bobby whispered to Jake. Observe for another 24 hours. Count convoys. Document everything. Then we extract. Jake nodded. Good call. They settled in to watch. Over the next 6 hours, 3 more convoys passed. Different sizes, different vehicle types, but all heading north, all carrying supplies. Bobby documented everything, took photographs, made sketches, noted times and directions. This was the mission. This was what SOG teams were supposed to do. As evening approached, Bobby felt satisfaction. They'd found the trail. They'd gathered intelligence. They'd done it without being detected. Tomorrow they'd observe for another day, then call for extraction. Mission accomplished. Then everything went wrong. It started with the dogs. Bobby heard them first. Distant barking. Multiple dogs, moving through the jungle, coming from the east. Widrem heard them too. His face went tight. He hand-signaled. "Danger. Dogs. We've been found." "How?" Bobby whispered urgently. Woodrem pointed at the ground, at their footprints, at the disturbed vegetation, at the scent they'd left behind. "They track us. From insertion point, maybe, or from where we crossed Big Trail yesterday. We leave sign. Dogs follow sign." Bobby's mind raced. Dogs. Tracker dogs. The NVA used them to hunt teams like RT Sidewinder. Once the dogs picked up your scent, they didn't stop. They tracked you for days if necessary, until they ran you down. "Can we hide our scent?" Woodrem shook his head. "Too late. They have it already. We must move. We must run." Bobby keyed his radio. Broke radio silence for the first time since insertion. "Covey. Covey, this is Sidewinder 1-0. We are compromised. Repeat, compromised. Enemy tracker teams pursuing. Request immediate extraction." Static. Then Covey's voice. "Sidewinder. Covey copies. Nearest LZ is grid X-ray Delta 874523. 3 kilometers west of your position. Can you make it?" Bobby looked at his map. 3 kilometers, through jungle, with dogs and soldiers pursuing. It might as well be 30. "Affirmative, Covey. We're moving now. Have birds standing by." "Roger, Sidewinder. Jolly Green is spinning up. 20 minutes to your LZ. Mark it with smoke when you arrive." Covey out. 20 minutes. They had to survive 20 minutes. Had to reach the LZ. Had to do it while being hunted. "Move," Bobby hissed. "West. Fast but careful. Go." The team abandoned their observation position, began moving west, away from the trail, away from the approaching dogs, toward extraction. But this wasn't the slow, deliberate movement of the past 2 days. This was fast, almost running, crashing through undergrowth, making noise they'd carefully avoided before, because now it didn't matter. The dogs had their scent. Stealth was useless. Speed was everything. Bobby's ruck bounced on his back. His car 15 banged against his chest. Branches whipped his face. Thorns tore at his uniform. His breath came in ragged gasps. The heat and humidity were suffocating. Behind them, the barking grew closer. The dogs were gaining, moving faster than humans could through the jungle, following the scent trail with unerring accuracy. They'd covered maybe 500 meters when Bobby heard the first shouts, Vietnamese, orders being given. The dog handlers coordinating with soldiers. The pursuit was organized, professional. "How far?" Jake gasped as they ran. Bobby checked his map. 2.5 kilometers. Keep moving. But they couldn't maintain this pace. The terrain was too rough. The vegetation too thick. The heat too oppressive. Bobby's lungs burned. His legs felt like lead. Kevin stumbled, went down hard. The radio on his back slammed into a tree root. "Kevin!" Bobby grabbed him, hauled him up. "You good?" "Yeah," Kevin gasped. "I'm good. Keep going." They kept moving. The barking was closer now, much closer, maybe 200 meters behind. Bobby could hear the dogs clearly, could hear the crashing of men moving through brush, could hear Vietnamese being shouted. Vang Pao suddenly stopped, turned, raised his car 15. "No," Bobby grabbed his arm. "Don't shoot. Gunfire will bring everyone. We keep moving." Vang Pao looked at Bobby. His eyes were wild, the look of a man who wanted to fight, who'd been running and hated it. But he lowered his weapon, nodded, kept moving. They crashed through a stream, icy water up to their knees. Bobby had a sudden thought. "Stop! Everyone! Into the water! Move! Upstream! 50 meters." The team understood immediately. Moving through water wouldn't leave a scent trail. The dogs would lose them, at least temporarily. They splashed upstream, trying to move fast without creating too much noise. The water was cold, a shock after the jungle heat. Bobby's boots filled with water. His feet went numb. After 50 meters, Bobby signaled, "Out! Other bank! Move!" They climbed out on the opposite side, continued west, leaving the stream behind. The barking behind them stopped, became confused. The dogs had lost the scent at the stream. Bobby allowed himself a moment of hope. Maybe they'd bought some time. Maybe they'd make it. But 15 minutes later, the barking resumed. The dogs had picked up the scent again on the far side of the stream. The pursuit continued. "How far?" Jake asked again. 1 kilometer. Bobby checked his watch. 10 minutes. They pushed harder, running now, abandoning all caution, just moving as fast as humanly possible. Bobby's vision narrowed. His world became the next tree, the next step, the next breath. Everything hurt. Everything screamed. But he kept moving, because stopping meant death, capture, years in a prison camp, or worse. They burst out of the jungle into a clearing, the LZ. 50 meters of open ground, bomb crater from an old arc light strike, perfect for a helicopter. "Perimeter!" Bobby shouted. "Security! Cover the tree line!" The team spread out, weapons oriented on the jungle they just emerged from, ready for the pursuers to break through. Bobby grabbed a smoke grenade, yellow, pulled the pin, threw it into the center of the LZ. Yellow smoke billowed. "Covey! Sidewinder! We're at the LZ! Yellow smoke! Where's our bird?" Sidewinder, "Jolly Green is 2 minutes out. Hang on." 2 minutes. Bobby prayed they had 2 minutes. The barking erupted from the tree line. Close. Very close. The dogs had reached the clearing. Then the first soldier appeared. NVA, AK-47 in his hands, scanning the clearing. He saw RT Sidewinder. Everything happened at once. The NVA soldier brought his weapon up. Widrem was faster. His CAR-15 barked. 3-round burst. The soldier went down. Then the tree line erupted. More soldiers. 10 of them. 15. All firing. AK-47 rounds snapping through the air, thudding into trees, kicking up dirt. RT Sidewinder returned fire. 6 weapons, firing as one, creating a wall of lead, suppressing, forcing the enemy to take cover. Bobby's CAR-15 bucked against his shoulder. He fired in controlled bursts, not trying to hit anything specific, just keeping enemy heads down. Jake's XM-21 boomed, slower, more precise. Each shot aimed, each shot dropping a target. Kevin fired his M16. Kevin's weapon was longer than the CAR-15, 20-inch barrel, more accurate at range. He took careful shots, covering fields of fire. The indigenous team members fought like professionals. Wide Drem, Wide Jut, Vang Pow. Years of combat experience showing. Moving, shooting, covering each other without being told. And then Bobby heard it. The most beautiful sound in the world. Rotor blades. The Jolly Green Giant appeared over the tree line. Huge helicopter. HH-3E, painted in camouflage. Door gunners already firing. M60 machine guns spewing 6,000 rounds per minute. Red tracers streaming into the jungle. The enemy fire slackened. Soldiers diving for cover. The minigun fire was devastating. The Jolly Green dropped into the LZ. Hover. Not quite touching down. The crew chief screaming from the door. "Go, go, go! Get on board!" Bobby grabbed Kevin, shoved him toward the helicopter. "Everyone, on the bird, now!" Wide Jut ran first. Hands grabbed him, pulled him aboard. Vang Pao next. Then Wide Drim. Jake was firing, covering the movement. Bobby grabbed him. "Go, I'll cover." Jake ran, made it to the helicopter, climbed aboard. Kevin was next. The radio on his back making him awkward, but he made it. Hands pulling him up. Bobby was alone. Last man. He fired his Car 15, emptying his magazine into the tree line. Then he turned and ran. 10 meters. 5. An RPG whooshed past. Rocket-propelled grenade. Missed the helicopter by inches. Impacted beyond the LZ. Exploded. Bobby reached the Jolly Green. Hands grabbed him, hauled him aboard. "Go, go, go!" The helicopter lifted, nose down, accelerating, climbing. The door gunners kept firing, miniguns blazing, covering their escape. Bobby collapsed against the bulkhead, gasping, shaking. Alive. They'd made it. All 6 of them. Nobody wounded, nobody killed. They'd escaped. The flight back took 30 minutes. Bobby spent it catching his breath, letting his heart rate return to normal, feeling the adrenaline fade and exhaustion take its place. The team sat in silence, processing what had happened, how close they'd come, how lucky they'd been. When they landed at the base in Da Nang, Bobby's legs almost gave out. 2 days of jungle movement, plus a running escape, plus a firefight. His body was done. But they'd completed the mission. They had the intelligence. They had photographs. They had notes. They had lessons learned. And they were all alive. That night, Bobby couldn't sleep. His mind kept replaying the chase, the dogs, the running, the firefight. They'd made mistakes, left too much sign, been too noisy, not used the stream trick early enough. But they'd also done things right, moved when they needed to, fought when they had to, escaped under fire. Bobby pulled out his notebook, started writing. Lessons learned, equipment modifications needed, tactics that worked, tactics that didn't. This was the mission. This was why SOG existed. To learn, to adapt, to teach the next team how to survive. They'd done that. They'd survived. They'd learned. And now they'd take those lessons and do it again. Because that was the job. Walk into the jungle, gather intelligence, escape, report back, do it again. Bobby looked at his team, at Jake cleaning his XM21, at Kevin checking the radio, at Wide Rim, Wide Jut, and Vang Pao talking quietly in their own languages. They'd become something on that mission, not just individuals, a team, brothers who'd run together, fought together, survived together. And they'd do it again, soon, because the jungle was waiting. and SOG teams like RT Sidewinder were the only ones crazy enough to walk into it voluntarily, to face the dragon, to learn from the fire. Bobby closed his notebook. Tomorrow there would be debriefs, intelligence analysis, equipment reviews, planning for the next mission. But tonight, he'd rest, he'd heal, he'd prepare, because the jungle was patient, and RT Sidewinder would return to it soon, very soon. Chapter 2, Lessons in Blood. The debriefing room was cold, air-conditioned, a stark contrast to the jungle heat Bobby had been breathing for 2 days. He sat at a metal table, facing Major Richard Hendricks and 3 intelligence officers. The major was 42 years old. Career, Special Forces. Korea veteran. The kind of officer who'd done the job before asking others to do it. His face was weathered, lines around his eyes from squinting in too many jungles. He looked at Bobby with an expression that was hard to read. "Walk me through it," Hendricks said. "From insertion to extraction. Everything." Bobby did. He described the insertion, the movement north, the discovery of the trail, the convoys they'd observed, the dogs, the chase, the extraction under fire. The intelligence officers took notes furiously, asked detailed questions. Vehicle types, troop counts, trail width, everything Bobby had documented. When he finished, Hendricks was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You did good, Sergeant. You completed the mission, gathered valuable intelligence, got your team out intact. That's a win." "But," Bobby said. He could hear the unspoken word. "But," Hendricks agreed. "You got compromised. The enemy found you, used dogs to track you, almost caught you. We need to understand why. Need to figure out how to prevent it next time." Bobby pulled out his notebook. The pages were damp, stained with sweat and dirt, but his notes were legible. "We left too much sign, sir. Boot prints, broken vegetation, scent trail. The dogs picked us up either at the insertion point or where we crossed the first trail. What do you recommend?" Bobby flipped through his notes. Different insertion method. Instead of a bomb crater LZ, we rappel into the jungle. No open ground. No obvious sign of a helicopter landing. We also need to rethink our equipment. He gestured at his load-bearing vest on the table. Standard issue. Canvas straps. Metal clips. This gear makes noise when it's wet. The straps squeak. The metal clanks. We sound like a walking hardware store. We need something quieter. Nylon, maybe. Or rubber-coated metal. One of the intelligence officers leaned forward. "Captain's rank. What about the uniforms?" "Wrong pattern," Bobby said bluntly. "The tiger-stripe camouflage stands out in the jungle. It's designed for lowland vegetation, not highland triple-canopy. We need something darker. Greens and browns. Less contrast." "What else?" Hendricks asked. "The rations," Bobby said. "Sea rations are too bulky, too heavy. The cans make noise. We need something lighter. Freeze-dried, maybe. Something we can rehydrate with water from streams." He kept going, list after list. Equipment failures, tactical mistakes, things that needed to change. "The dogs are the biggest problem," Bobby said finally. "Once they pick up your scent, they don't stop. We tried the stream trick, moving through water to break the trail. It worked for maybe 20 minutes. Then they found us again. What do you suggest?" Pepper, Vang Pao said from the corner. He'd been silent until now. Or chili powder, something with strong smell. We carry it. If dogs chase us, we spread it on our trail. Burns their noses, makes them lose scent. Hendricks looked at the Hmong fighter. That work? In Laos, yes, Vang Pao said. My people use it against communist dogs. Not perfect, but helps. One of the intelligence officers made a note. We'll test it. The debriefing lasted 4 hours. Every detail examined. Every decision analyzed. By the end, Bobby's throat was dry from talking. His head hurt from concentration. But they documented everything, created a record. Lessons that would be shared with other teams, tactics that would be improved, equipment that would be modified. This was how SOG learned, through blood and sweat and near misses, through teams like RT Sidewinder, who went out, survived, and reported back. Hendricks stood. Good work, Sidewinder. Take 72 hours, stand down, rest, recover. Then we'll talk about your next mission. How long, sir? Bobby asked. How long what? How long until we go back out? Hendricks smiled. Thin. 3 days, Sergeant. You need to heal. Your team needs to heal. We need to implement some of these equipment changes. Then you go back out. Where? Different area, Hendricks said. We'll brief you in 72 hours. For now, rest. That's an order. The team room was small. Plywood walls, corrugated metal roof, 6 cots, footlockers, a table with a map. This was RT Sidewinder's space, their sanctuary between missions. Bobby collapsed on his cot. Every muscle ached. His feet were covered in blisters. His shoulders had raw spots where the ruck straps had dug in. His hands were cut from thorns and vines. But he was alive. His team was alive. That was what mattered. Jake sat on the next cot, cleaning his XM-21. The ritual never stopped. Weapons had to be maintained, cleaned, lubricated, made ready for the next mission. You did good out there, Jake said without looking up. First mission as a 1-0. Got us in, got the intel, got us out. That's a win. We almost got caught. Almost doesn't count, Jake said. We didn't get caught. We adapted. We survived. We learned. That's the job. Kevin was checking the radio. The PRC-25 had taken a beating during the escape. Slammed against trees, dropped in water, but it still worked. Army equipment was built tough. How's it look? Bobby asked. Good, Kevin said. Some scratches. One loose connection I'll fix, but it'll work. Radio saved our ass out there. Without it, no extraction, no us. Ydrim, Jut, and Vang Pao sat together, speaking quietly in a mix of Montagnard and Hmong, sharing food, rice and dried meat from their personal supplies. The kind of food that tasted like home, that reminded them of families they'd left behind. Bobby watched them. These men had been fighting longer than he'd been in the army, had survived things he could barely imagine, had lost villages, families, entire ways of life to the communists. And they kept fighting, kept walking into the jungle, kept risking everything for a cause that wasn't even technically their war. Ydrim, Bobby said, thank you for your guidance out there. You kept us alive. The Montagnard looked at Bobby. His face was unreadable. Then he nodded once. You learn fast, 1-0. You listen. That is good. Many young Americans do not listen. They think they know jungle. They die fast. What else should I learn? Widrem considered this. The jungle is not your enemy. The men in the jungle are your enemy. The jungle is neutral. It will kill you if you are stupid, but it will hide you if you are smart. Learn to be part of it, not fight against it. How? Slow down, Widrem said. Americans always want to move fast. Rush. Get to objective. But fast movement makes noise, disturbs animals, leaves sign. Slow movement is invisible, becomes part of jungle rhythm. Bobby made mental notes. This was the real education, not the training at Fort Bragg, not the classrooms and manuals. This, sitting with men who knew the jungle, who'd survived in it for years, learning from them. What about the dogs? Bobby asked. How do we stop them? Vang Pao spoke up. Cannot stop them. Can only slow them. Pepper helps. Moving through water helps. But dogs are very good. Best defense is not being found in first place. How do we do that? Leave no sign, Vang Pao said. Walk on rocks when possible. Step on logs, not soft earth. Brush out footprints. Take extra time, extra care. If you leave no trail, dogs cannot follow. Bobby kept listening, kept learning. This was how teams survived, by learning from each other, by sharing knowledge, by becoming smarter with each mission. The 72 hours passed quickly. Bobby slept, really slept. Not the half-conscious jungle sleep where every sound was a threat. Deep, dreamless sleep that let his body recover. He ate real food, hot meals in the mess hall, steak and eggs, fresh vegetables, coffee that didn't taste like it had been boiled in a helmet. He wrote a letter home to his parents in Boston. Couldn't tell them what he was doing, operational security, but he could tell them he was okay, that he was with good people, that he was learning important things. On the third day, Hendricks found him. Mission brief, 1 hour. Gather your team. The briefing room was the same, cold, maps on the wall, intelligence officers with folders. But this time, there was something different in the air, a tension Bobby couldn't quite identify. Hendricks stood at the map, pointed to a location in Laos, different area from their first mission, farther north, deeper into enemy territory. Intelligence suggests an NVA battalion staging area here, Hendricks said. Grid coordinates X-ray Delta 9024786. Multiple reports of troop buildup, supply stockpiling, preparation for a major operation. He tapped the map. Your mission is to confirm. Get eyes on the target. Count troops. Identify unit insignia. Document supply levels. Then get out and report back. Timeline? Bobby asked. 5 days, Hendricks said. Insert on day 1. Move to target on day 2. Observe on days 3 and 4. Extract on day 5. Standard Recon profile. Bobby studied the map. The target area was in a valley, surrounded by ridges. Only one good approach route, one good escape route. If they got compromised, extraction would be difficult. LZ options? Primary is here, an intelligence officer pointed. Ridgeline 3 kilometers west of target. Secondary is here, another ridge 5 kilometers south. Both are marginal. Rocky terrain, limited space, but they're the best options in the area. Enemy presence? Heavy, Hendricks said honestly. This is a major staging area. You'll be surrounded by NVA, probably battalion strength, maybe more. One mistake, and you'll have hundreds of enemy soldiers looking for you. Same as last time, Jake said quietly. Same as every time, Hendricks agreed. That's the job. Questions? Bobby looked at his team. Jake, Kevin, Wydrum, Wai Jut, Vang Pao. 5 faces looking back at him, waiting for his decision. Equipment modifications? Bobby asked. The stuff we requested after the last mission. Is any of it ready? Hendricks smiled. Some of it. Supply sergeants worked overtime. You've got new load-bearing vests. Nylon instead of canvas. Rubber-coated metal clips. Quieter. We also got you darker uniforms. Experimental pattern. More appropriate for Highland jungle. He gestured to a pile on the table. And pepper. Lots of pepper. Black pepper, cayenne pepper, chili powder. If dogs track you, spread it liberally on your back trail. It won't stop them completely, but it'll slow them down. What about freeze-dried rations? Still in development, Hendricks said. You're stuck with sea rations for now, but we're working on it. Bobby nodded. Progress. Not perfect, but progress. When do we insert? Tomorrow, 0600 hours. First light. Same as before. Any other questions? Rules of engagement? Jake asked. Avoid contact if possible, Hendricks said. You're there to observe, not to fight. But if you're compromised, if you have to shoot your way out, you're authorized to do so. Self-defense is always authorized. He paused. One more thing. This mission has higher priority than the last one. The intelligence you gather will directly inform operations planning. We need accurate numbers, accurate locations. Your observations will determine where we hit them. Understood, Bobby said. Good, Hendricks said. Get your gear sorted. Get rest. 0600, insertion. Dismissed. That evening, Bobby couldn't eat. His stomach was tight with anticipation. Nerves. The kind of pre-mission jitters that every soldier felt but nobody talked about. Jake found him outside the team room, sitting on a crate, smoking a cigarette. Bobby didn't usually smoke, but tonight he needed something to do with his hands. You good? Jake asked. Yeah, Bobby lied. Just thinking. About what? About whether I'm good enough for this, Bobby said quietly. Last mission we almost got caught. If the dogs had been 5 minutes faster, if the helicopter had been 5 minutes later, we'd be dead or captured. Jake sat beside him. But we weren't. We adapted. We survived. That's what matters. What if we're not so lucky next time? Then we're not, Jake said simply. Bobby, every mission is a roll of the dice. We prepare, we train, we use good tactics, but at the end of the day, there's always an element of luck. All we can do is maximize our chances and hope for the best. That's not very reassuring. It's not supposed to be reassuring, Jake said. It's supposed to be honest. You want reassurance. You're in the wrong job. You want honesty? I'll give it to you. This is dangerous. People die doing this. Maybe we'll be the ones who die. Or maybe we'll survive 100 missions and go home to tell stories. We don't know. Nobody knows. He paused. What I do know is you're a good leader. You listen to your team. You adapt to situations. You don't panic. Those are the qualities that keep people alive. So yeah, I trust you. The team trusts you. Trust yourself. Bobby took a drag on the cigarette. Let the smoke out slowly. Thanks. Don't thank me. Just get us home tomorrow. Tomorrow and 4 more days. Right. Jake stood. Get some sleep. 0600 comes early. Bobby finished his cigarette, crushed it under his boot, walked back to the team room. Inside, the indigenous team members were preparing their gear, checking weapons, packing rucks, the ritual before insertion. Wydrum looked up as Bobby entered. You worry too much, 10. Worry does not help. Preparation helps. Trust helps. Worry just makes you tired. How do you not worry? Bobby asked. I worry, Wydrum said, but I also accept. If I die tomorrow, I die. Cannot change that by worrying. Can only change it by being smart, being careful, being ready. So I focus on what I can control. It was the same advice Bobby had heard before, in different forms, from different people. Focus on what you can control. Let go of the rest. Bobby lay on his cot, closed his eyes, tried to sleep. Tomorrow, RT Sidewinder would walk back into the jungle, back into danger, back into the unknown. And whatever happened, they'd face it together. The Huey lifted off at 0600 exactly. 6 a.m. The morning air was cool. Bobby breathed it in, knowing it wouldn't last. This time, the flight felt different, more routine. Bobby knew what to expect now, knew the pattern. Cool air in the helicopter, hot, humid jungle below. Insertion, movement, observation, extraction. Simple, on paper. The new load-bearing vest felt better, lighter. The nylon straps didn't squeak when wet. The rubber-coated metal didn't clank. The new uniform was darker too. Greens and browns that would blend better with highland jungle. Small improvements, but improvements nonetheless. The crew chief signaled. 10 minutes. Bobby checked his team. Everyone was ready. Jake with his XM21, Kevin with the radio, Wydrum, Jut, and Vang Pao with their weapons and the quiet confidence of experienced fighters. The helicopter dropped into combat descent. Bobby's stomach lurched. The LZ this time wasn't a bomb crater. It was a ridgeline. The plan was to rappel down ropes into the jungle below. No obvious sign of insertion. No trail for dogs to follow from an open landing zone. The Huey flared over the ridge, hovering. The crew chief kicked out fast ropes, thick nylon ropes that dropped 30 feet to the jungle floor below. Go, go, go! Wydrum went first, grabbed the rope, slid down fast, professional, smooth, disappeared into the jungle. Jut followed, then Vang Pao, then Kevin with the heavy radio. Jake went next. Bobby watched him slide down, land softly. Car 15 up immediately, covering. Bobby grabbed the rope. The nylon was rough in his hands. He wrapped his legs around it, let gravity pull him down. The descent took 3 seconds. Bobby hit the ground hard, rolled, came up in a crouch. Car 15 scanning. The Huey was already climbing. pulling away, taking the ropes with it. In 10 seconds it was gone. Silence. The same jungle sounds. Insects, birds, monkeys in the distance. But this time, Bobby knew what to listen for. Knew what normal sounded like. Knew what threat sounded like. Wide Drem was already moving, leading them down the ridge, into the valley, toward the target area 30 kilometers north. Bobby fell into the rhythm. Slow movement. 20 meters. Stop. Listen. Observe. 20 more meters. The heat built under the canopy. Thick. Oppressive. Bobby's uniform was soaked within the first hour, but the new fabric dried faster, breathed better. Small improvement. They moved for 6 hours, covering 8 kilometers, slower than Bobby wanted, but safer. They crossed 2 streams. Each time, Wide Drem had them walk upstream for 50 meters before exiting, breaking the scent trail for any dogs that might follow. At 1500 hours, they found a place to run. Thick vegetation, good concealment. Wide Drem and Vang Pao scattered pepper behind them, an extra layer of protection against tracker dogs. The team settled in. Cold rations, water, rest. Bobby checked his map. They'd made good progress. At this rate, they'd reach the target area by tomorrow afternoon. Set up observation. Complete the mission. If everything went according to plan, if they didn't get discovered, if the intelligence was accurate, a lot of ifs, but that was the job. Accept the uncertainty, manage the risks, execute the mission. As night fell, Bobby took first watch with Wide Drem. The jungle transformed around them. Day sounds fading, night sounds rising. A different world. Wide Drem spoke quietly. You are calmer this time, 1-0. More confident. That is good. I learned from last time. Yes, Wide Drem said. And you will learn from this time. Every mission teaches. If you survive to learn lesson, you become better. If you die, lesson is wasted. So try not to die. Bobby smiled, despite himself. I'll try. Good, Wide Drem said. I like you, 1-0. I do not want to break in new team leader. That is much work. They sat in comfortable silence. 2 warriors from different worlds, united by a common mission. Watching the jungle breathe, listening for threats that might never come, or might come at any moment. The night passed, watch by watch. Bobby slept in fragments, always aware, always ready. At first light, they began moving again. Day 2 was when they found the base camp. It happened at 1400 hours, 2 p.m. Wide Drem stopped, signaled the team down, pointed ahead. Bobby moved up carefully, looked where Wide Drem was pointing. Through the vegetation, barely visible, he saw structures, bunkers, built into the hillside, camouflage netting overhead, trenches connecting them. This was it, the target. Bobby pulled out his binoculars, focused carefully, and felt his pulse quicken. The base camp was huge, much bigger than intelligence had suggested. Bobby counted bunkers, stopped at 40, counted troops visible, stopped at 80, estimated total strength. This wasn't a battalion, this was a regiment, maybe 3,000 soldiers. Wide Drem moved beside him, studied the camp. Very big, many soldiers. We need good position to watch, somewhere they cannot find us. They searched for an observation post, found one on a hillside 300 meters from the camp. Good concealment, good sight lines, good escape routes if they needed them. The team settled in. Bobby and Jake took the first observation shift. The others formed a security perimeter, watching for patrols, making sure they weren't discovered. Bobby began documenting bunker locations, troop movements, supply storage areas, vehicle parks, everything command would need to target airstrikes. He took photographs. Click, 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 careful to muffle the camera with his hand. Every sound could give them away. The afternoon passed. Bobby counted 6 truck convoys entering the camp. ZIL 131s, GAZ 66s, all heavily loaded, supplies flowing in. Preparation for something big. As evening approached, Bobby felt satisfaction. They'd found the target, were gathering critical intelligence. The mission was going well. Too well. That should have been his first warning. It happened at 0200 hours, 2 a.m., the darkest part of night. Bobby was on watch with Vang Pao. The Hmong fighter suddenly tensed, hand on Bobby's arm, squeezing, warning. Bobby froze, listened. At first, nothing, just the normal jungle sounds. Then he heard it, the sound that sent ice through his veins. Dogs, barking, multiple dogs, coming from the south, from the direction they'd come. No, Bobby whispered, not again. But it was happening. Somehow, despite their precautions, despite the pepper, despite walking through streams, the enemy had tracked them. Bobby shook the team awake. Dogs, we're compromised. We need to move. Now. They grabbed their gear. No time to pack properly. No time to be careful. Just move. Wydrum led them north, away from the dogs, deeper into enemy territory, but away from the immediate threat. They moved fast, too fast for stealth, making noise, breaking branches. But speed was everything now. Behind them, the barking grew louder, closer. The dogs were gaining. And worse, Bobby could hear whistles, shrill, piercing. The NVA alarm system. The entire camp was waking up, mobilizing, organizing pursuit. They were surrounded by thousands of enemy soldiers, and those soldiers now knew Americans were in the valley. Bobby keyed his radio. Covey, this is Sidewinder 10. We are compromised. Repeat, compromised. Multiple enemy elements pursuing. Request immediate extraction. Static. Then, Sidewinder, Covey copies. Stand by for LZ coordinates. They kept running, crashing through undergrowth, sliding down slopes, splashing through streams. Bobby's lungs burned. His legs felt like they were on fire. But he kept moving, because stopping meant death. The barking was right behind them now, maybe 100 meters. The dogs had their scent, were closing fast. Vang Pao stopped, pulled out a bag of cayenne pepper, dumped the entire thing on their back trail. A cloud of red powder, enough to blind and choke anything that ran through it. It bought them 2 minutes. The barking became confused, pained. The dogs had hit the pepper, but then it resumed. The dogs had pushed through, or the handlers had brought in fresh dogs. The pursuit continued. Sidewinder, Covey, your extract LZ is grid. X-ray Delta 9er2, 57 9er2. 2.5 kilometers northwest of your position. Can you make it? Bobby checked his map. 2.5 kilometers. Through enemy-infested jungle, with dogs chasing them, with thousands of soldiers mobilizing. Affirmative, Covey. We're moving now. Roger, Sidewinder. Jolly Green is spinning up. 20 minutes to LZ. Sandy Flight is launching for air support. Hang on. 20 minutes. They had to survive 20 minutes. RT Sidewinder ran through the jungle like men possessed. Kevin stumbled. Jake caught him, pulled him up. They kept moving. Widejut tripped over a root, went down hard. Bobby grabbed him. Move, we can't stop. The young Montagnard got up, limping. Something wrong with his ankle, but he kept moving. The barking was constant now, a soundtrack of terror. The dogs were close, very close, maybe 50 meters, and Bobby could hear soldiers crashing through the jungle behind them, shouting, coordinating, closing in. They burst out of the jungle into a clearing, the LZ, small, rocky, but open enough for a helicopter. Perimeter, Bobby shouted. Cover the tree line. They're right behind us. The team spread out, weapons up, facing the jungle they'd just escaped from. Bobby grabbed a smoke grenade, red, pulled the pin, threw it. Red smoke billowed. Covey, Sidewinder, we're at the LZ. Red smoke. Where's our bird? Sidewinder, Jolly Green is 1 minute out. Sandys are engaging targets around your position. Hold on. 1 minute. Bobby prayed they had 1 minute. The first dog broke from the tree line. A huge German shepherd, snarling, charging straight at them. Widrem shot it. 3-round burst. The dog went down. Then soldiers appeared. NVA. 10 of them. 15. 20. All firing. RT Sidewinder returned fire. 6 weapons creating a wall of lead. Bobby's CAR-15 bucked against his shoulder. He fired in controlled bursts, keeping enemy heads down. Jake's XM-21 boomed, each shot precise, each shot dropping a target. The man was a machine. Kevin fired his M16, covering Bobby's right side. The indigenous team members fought with the skill of veterans, moving, shooting, covering each other. Then Bobby heard it, the sound of salvation. Rotor blades. The Jolly Green appeared, coming in fast, nose down. Door gunners already firing. Miniguns spewing tracers into the jungle, and right behind it, the Sky Raiders. A 1 Sandy Flight, 2 aircraft, coming in low. 20mm cannons opening up. The jungle erupted. Trees exploded. Earth fountained. The cannon fire walked across the NVA positions, devastating, buying precious seconds. The Jolly Green dropped into the LZ, hovering. The crew chief screaming, "Go, go, go! Get on!" Widrem ran first. Hands pulled him aboard. Vang Pao next. Then Kevin with the radio. Jake was covering, firing, keeping enemy heads down. Bobby grabbed him. "Go! I'll cover!" Jake ran, made it to the helicopter. Widejut was limping badly, his injured ankle barely supporting him. Bobby grabbed him, half carried, half dragged him to the helicopter. Hands pulled Widejut aboard. Bobby was last. He turned, fired his last magazine into the tree line, then ran. The helicopter was lifting, already climbing. Hands reached down. grabbed Bobby, hauled him up. An RPG streaked past, missed by meters, impacted beyond the LZ. The Jolly Green accelerated, nose down, climbing. The door gunners kept firing. The Sky Raiders made another pass, rockets and cannon fire, covering their escape. Bobby collapsed in the cargo bay, gasping, shaking, alive. They'd done it again, escaped under fire, all 6 of them intact. Wide Jut injured but alive. 2 missions, 2 escapes, 2 lessons learned in blood and fear and survival. Bobby looked at his team, at faces covered in sweat and dirt and exhaustion, at warriors who'd fought their way out of hell twice now. They'd completed the mission, had the intelligence, had survived. But Bobby knew something now, knew it in his bones. This job was going to kill them eventually. Maybe not today, maybe not next mission, but eventually. The jungle was patient, and RT Sidewinder kept walking back into it. The question wasn't if they'd die out there. The question was, when? And whether they'd learn enough, teach enough, accomplish enough before that day came. Bobby closed his eyes, let exhaustion wash over him. Tomorrow there would be debriefs, analysis, more lessons learned, more equipment modifications, more tactical improvements, and then another mission, because that was the job. Walk into the fire, learn from it, walk back in, until you couldn't anymore. Chapter 3. The Art of Killing. The helicopter touched down at Da Nang at 1700 hours, 5 p.m. Bobby's legs almost gave out when he stepped onto solid ground. 2 days of running, 2 firefights. His body was done. But they'd made it. All 6 of them. Again. The medical tent was first. Ujut's ankle needed attention. The Montagnard had run 3 kilometers on it, fought on it, climbed into a helicopter on it. Now it was swollen to twice its normal size, purple and angry looking. The doctor examined it. Army captain, young, maybe 28. He prodded gently. Ujut didn't make a sound. Severe sprain, the doctor said. Maybe a hairline fracture. I'll need x-rays to be sure. Either way, you're grounded for at least 2 weeks. Ujut shook his head. No, I go on next mission. I am fine. You're not fine, the doctor said. If you walk on this, you'll make it worse. Could permanently damage it. I walk on it already, Ujut said stubbornly. For 3 kilometers. It works. I go on next mission. Bobby intervened. Ujut, listen to the doctor. Take 2 weeks. Heal properly. We need you at full strength, not hobbling. The young Montagnard looked at Bobby. His face was tight, pride warring with practicality. Finally, he nodded. 2 weeks. Then I return. 2 weeks minimum, the doctor corrected. Maybe longer. We'll see how it heals. Ujut submitted to having his ankle wrapped. Compression bandage, elevated, ice applied. The doctor gave him crutches. The Montagnard looked at them with disgust, but took them. The debriefing happened the next morning. Same room, same cold air. Major Hendricks and his intelligence officers. This time Hendricks looked more serious. His face was drawn, tired. That's twice you've been tracked by dogs, he said without preamble. Twice you've barely escaped. We need to figure out what we're doing wrong. Bobby pulled out his notebook, pages filled with observations. The pepper helps, sir, but it's not enough. The dogs push through it eventually. We need better anti-tracking methods. Like what? Different insertion tactics, Bobby said. The rappelling worked better than landing in a bomb crater. No obvious LZ for them to search from. But we need to go further. Maybe halo jumps. High altitude, low opening. We jump from high altitude, free fall, to low altitude, open chutes at the last second. Land in the jungle with no helicopter signature at all. One of the intelligence officers leaned forward. Halo requires specialized training, specialized equipment. We're talking months of preparation. Then we start now, Bobby said. Because helicopter insertions leave too much sign, the enemy knows to look for them. They station patrols near potential LZs. Use dogs to search from there. We need to come in completely unexpected. Hendricks made a note. What else? Our smell, Vang Pao said from the corner. All eyes turned to him. Americans smell different. Soap, deodorant, toothpaste, American food. Dogs can smell this, can follow it. If we smell like locals, dogs have harder time. What are you suggesting? Hendricks asked. We eat what locals eat, Vang Pao said. Rice, fish sauce, vegetables. Same food as Vietnamese and Montagnard people. We stop using American soap, stop using deodorant. Let our bodies smell like jungle people. Dogs cannot tell difference. The room was quiet. It was brilliant in its simplicity, and it made perfect sense. We'd smell terrible, Jake said. Yes, Vang Pao agreed. But we would be alive. Hendricks looked at Bobby. Your call, Sergeant. You willing to try it? Bobby thought about it. About smelling like a local. About eating rice and fish sauce for weeks. About giving up the small comforts that made this job bearable. But he thought more about the dogs. About running through the jungle with barking getting closer. About the terror of being hunted. Yes, sir. We'll try it. Whatever gives us an edge. Good, Hendricks said. We'll arrange for local food supplies. You start the diet transition immediately. By your next mission, your body chemistry should be different enough to help. The debriefing continued for 3 hours. Every detail examined, every decision analyzed. Bobby's photographs were developed and studied. The intelligence he'd gathered was compiled into reports. Target packages were being prepared for airstrikes. The mission had been a success, despite the close calls, despite the chases. They'd gotten the intelligence out. That's what mattered. When it finally ended, Hendricks held Bobby back. A word, Sergeant. The room emptied. Just Bobby and the Major. You're getting good at this, Hendricks said quietly. 2 missions. 2 successful intel gathering operations. 2 escapes under fire. Your team is performing at a high level. Thank you, sir. But, Hendricks said, you're also getting lucky. Twice now, you've been compromised. Twice, you've barely escaped. Luck runs out eventually. You know that, right? Yes, sir. So the question becomes, how do we reduce your dependence on luck? How do we make your operations more predictable, more controlled? Bobby considered this. Better insertion methods, better anti-tracking measures. But also, sir, maybe we need to think about offense instead of just defense. Meaning? Right now, we're running, Bobby said. When we get compromised, we run for extraction. That's smart when we're surrounded by thousands of enemy soldiers. But what if we're not surrounded? What if we encounter a small patrol? Maybe instead of running, we fight. We eliminate the threat. Then we continue the mission. Hendricks was quiet for a moment. You're talking about direct action, ambushes, That's a different mission profile. Yes, sir, but it might be necessary. If we can take out small patrols before they report our presence, we stay uncompromised longer, gather better intelligence, complete missions more successfully. It's riskier. Everything about this job is risky, Bobby said. At least this way, we're controlling the engagement, choosing when and how to fight. Hendricks nodded slowly. I'll think about it. For now, take 1 week stand down. Yajut needs to heal. You all need rest. We'll brief your next mission in 7 days. Dismissed. That evening, Bobby found his team at the club. Small building on base. Plywood walls. Bar. Tables. The place where SOG teams went to drink and decompress between missions. It was crowded. Maybe 30 men. All SOG. All Recon teams. RT Python. RT Viper. RT Cobra. Men who did the same impossible job Bobby did. Jake waved him over. Already had a beer waiting. Bobby grabbed it, took a long drink. The beer was warm. American beer didn't travel well in the heat, but it was wet, and it was alcohol. Sidewinder, someone called out. Bobby turned. It was Marcus Webb. 1-0 for RT Viper. Tall guy from Texas. Handlebar mustache, always smiling. Heard you got chased by dogs again. Yeah, Bobby said. Seems to be our specialty. You gotta teach us your secret, Webb said, grinning. How to get compromised and still make it out. That's a valuable skill. The room laughed. Not mean-spirited, just the dark humor that kept soldiers sane. Everyone in this room had been compromised at some point. Everyone had run for their lives. They understood. You want the real lessons? Bobby asked. What we learned out there? The laughter stopped. Faces turned serious. This was important. This was how teams survived, by sharing knowledge, by learning from each other's mistakes. Yeah, Webb said. We want to hear. Bobby set down his beer, pulled out his notebook. First thing, insertion method matters. We tried rappelling instead of landing. It's better, leaves less sign, takes longer for enemy to find where we entered. Men were taking notes now, real notes. This wasn't classroom theory. This was field-tested knowledge. Second, the new load-bearing vests work, Bobby continued. Nylon doesn't squeak like canvas. Rubber-coated metal doesn't clank. You're quieter. That matters. Third, pepper helps against dogs. Not perfect, but helps. Carry it. Use it liberally on your back trail if you're being pursued. Buy yourself time. He kept going, lesson after lesson. Tactical knowledge bought with fear and sweat and near-death experiences. The room listened, asked questions, shared their own experiences. This was the real education. Not Fort Bragg, not training manuals. This, warriors teaching warriors, in a plywood bar, over warm beer, sharing the knowledge that kept them alive. Wydrum spoke up from his corner. Also, Americans must learn to move slower, much slower. You always want to rush, to get to objective fast. But fast movement leaves sign, makes noise, alerts enemy. Slow movement is invisible. How slow? Someone asked. Sometimes 10 meters takes 10 minutes, Yidrem said. You watch, you listen, you feel jungle. Then you move, then you watch again. Patient hunter catches prey. Impatient hunter becomes prey, Vang Pao added. And you must learn to smell. Americans do not use noses enough. Enemy smells different. Nuke Mom fish sauce, cheap tobacco, sweat that smells of rice and vegetables. If you smell this, enemy is close. Your nose warns you before your eyes see. The knowledge sharing went on for 2 hours. Bobby felt the weight of it, the responsibility. These lessons he was teaching, they'd keep men alive, or at least give them a better chance. Later, after the crowd thinned, Bobby sat with just his team. Jake, Kevin, Yi Drem, Yi Jut with his elevated ankle, Vang Pao. Why do you fight? Bobby asked quietly, looking at the indigenous team members. I mean, really, what keeps you coming back? Yi Drem was quiet for a long moment. Then, you know my village story, yes? Communists come, kill men, take women, burn homes. That is personal reason. I fight because they take everything from me. He paused, drank from his beer. But that is not only reason. I fight because communists lie. They come to villages and say, we bring equality, we bring fairness, we bring justice. But they bring none of these things. They bring only control, only obedience, only fear. What do you mean? Kevin asked. In my village, before communists come, we live free, Yi Drem said. We choose our own leaders. We farm our own land. We practice our own religion. We live as Dega people have lived for thousands of years. Then communists come and say, no more. Now you farm for state. Now you follow our leaders. Now you worship no gods. Everything must be their way. He shook his head. This is not freedom. This is slavery with different name. So I fight. Not just for revenge, but because if I do not fight, my people have no future. We become slaves of Ho Chi Minh. Our culture dies. Our language dies. Our way of life dies. Yi Jut spoke up. His voice was quieter than his uncle's. I never knew village before communists. I was born after they come. But Uncle tells me stories, how it was before, how people lived with dignity, with choice, with freedom. I fight so maybe someday my children can know that life, can live free. Bobby felt something tighten in his chest. These men weren't fighting for abstract political theories. They were fighting for survival, for identity, for the right to exist as themselves. Vang Pao leaned forward. Hmong people, we fight communists in Laos for 10 years now. Same reason as Montagnard. Communists come and say, your way is wrong, our way is right. Join us or die. Many Hmong join because they're afraid, but many fight because we know truth. Communists do not want equality. They want power, total power, power over every part of your life. He pulled out a photograph, showed it to Bobby. A woman with 3 children. My wife, my children. They live in refugee camp in Da Nang, not our village, not our home. Because communists take our home, say it belongs to state now. My family has nothing, lives on charity. I fight so maybe one day they go home, live free again. What if you can't win? Jake asked quietly. What if there's too many of them? Then we die fighting, Yi Drem said simply. Better to die free than live as slave. Better to die fighting than live kneeling. My father taught me this. I teach my nephew this. If we lose, if communists win, At least we fought. At least we tried. At least we did not surrender our dignity. The Americans were quiet. Bobby looked at Jake, at Kevin. They'd come to Vietnam for different reasons. Patriotism, duty, adventure, proving themselves. But these men, Wai Drem, Wai Jut, Vang Pao, they were fighting for their existence, for their families, for their future. And suddenly, Bobby understood the stakes differently. This wasn't just about stopping communism as an abstract threat. This was about real people, real villages, real families, who'd be crushed if the communists won. Then we make sure you win, Bobby said quietly. That's why we're here, to help you fight, to give you a chance. We know, Wai Drem said. That is why we trust you, why we follow you into jungle, because you could be safe in America. But you come here, you walk into danger with us, you share our fight. That means something. He raised his beer. To RT Sidewinder, to brothers who choose to fight. They drank. 6 men from different worlds, united by a mission that most people would never understand. United by the knowledge that some things were worth fighting for, worth dying for. And Bobby felt something settle in his chest, a sense of purpose that went beyond orders, beyond missions. He was fighting for Wai Drem's village, for Wai Jut's future, for Vang Pao's family. That was worth the fear, worth the danger, worth walking into the jungle one more time. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Bobby and his team started the new diet immediately. No more American rations, no more processed food. Just rice, fish sauce, vegetables. The same food local Vietnamese and Montagnard people ate. It tasted terrible at first. The fish sauce was pungent, salty. Bobby's stomach rebelled against it, but he forced it down, day after day, until his body adapted. They stopped using soap, deodorant, toothpaste, anything with a distinct American chemical smell. Instead, they bathed with plain water, let their natural body odor develop, mixed with the smells of local food. After a week, Bobby smelled different. Not bad exactly, just different. Like the locals. Like someone who lived on rice and fish sauce. Like someone who belonged in Southeast Asia. Wai Jut's ankle healed faster than expected. The young Montagnard refused to stay down. He was off crutches in 5 days, walking without a limp in 6. By day 7, he was running. Not full speed, but running. "Told you I would be ready," he said to Bobby with pride. The mission briefing happened on day 8. Same room. Hendricks and his intelligence officers. This time, the mission was different. "You're going back to the same area," Hendricks said without preamble. "Same valley, same NVA base camp. But this time, we want more than observation." He pointed to the map. Airstrikes hit the base camp 3 days ago. B-52s. Destroyed most of the bunker complex. Killed hundreds of NVA. But intelligence suggests they're rebuilding, bringing in reinforcements. We need to know how fast they're recovering. "Same intel gathering mission?" Bobby asked. "Mostly," Hendricks said. "But if you encounter small patrols, if you have the opportunity to eliminate threats without compromising your position, you're authorized to do so." Bobby felt his pulse quicken. This was different. This was direct action, not just watching. fighting. Rules of engagement? Avoid contact when possible, Hendricks said. But if contact is unavoidable, if you can eliminate a patrol cleanly and quietly, do it. Reduce enemy ability to track you. Reduce their intelligence on our operations. He pulled out equipment, set it on the table. You're getting Claymore mines, M18A1s, 700 steel ball bearings per mine, 60-meter kill radius. You set these up right, you can take out an entire squad. Bobby picked up one of the claymores, rectangular, green, curved. The words embossed on the front. Front toward enemy. Simple, effective, deadly. How many do we get? 4, Hendricks said. Use them wisely. Also, we're giving you more grenades, fragmentation and concussion, plus smoke for diversionary purposes. The briefing continued for 2 hours. Insertion point, movement routes, observation positions, extraction plans. But this time, there was also tactical planning, ambush positions, kill zones, fields of fire. This wasn't just recon anymore. This was becoming something else, something more aggressive. When the briefing ended, Jake pulled Bobby aside. You good with this? With us actively hunting? Yeah, Bobby said. We've been running too much, getting chased, being reactive. Time to be proactive. Control the engagement. It's riskier. Maybe, Bobby said. Or maybe it's safer. If we eliminate patrols before they can report us, we stay uncompromised longer. Complete the mission better. Jake nodded slowly. All right, I'm with you. Just making sure you've thought it through. I have, Bobby said, though in truth, he wasn't sure. Wasn't sure about anything anymore, except that the old way wasn't working. They needed to try something new. The insertion happened at 0500 hours, 5 a.m. Pre-dawn darkness. The helicopter dropped them on a different ridgeline, farther from the target than before, rappelling down ropes into the black jungle. Bobby's feet hit the ground. He rolled, came up in a crouch. The jungle smelled different at dawn. Wet earth, dew on leaves. That clean smell before the day's heat built up. The team formed up. Drem led them north, toward the valley, toward the destroyed base camp and whatever was rising from its ashes. The movement was different this time. Slower, more deliberate. Drem set a pace that felt glacial. 10 meters. Stop for 5 minutes. Listen. Observe. 10 more meters. But Bobby understood now. This was how you stayed invisible. This was how you became part of the jungle's rhythm instead of an intrusion into it. They moved for 8 hours, covered only 6 kilometers, but left almost no sign. Stepped on rocks when possible, walked on logs, brushed out footprints where they had to step on soft earth. At 1300 hours, they stopped to rest, ate cold rice, drank water. Bobby's stomach had adapted to the new diet. The rice sat well, gave him energy without the heaviness of sea rations. And he smelled different. He knew it, could smell himself. Not American anymore, like a local, like someone who belonged here. Vang Pao moved beside him. You smell better now, more like us. Dogs will have harder time. You think it'll work? We will see, Vang Pao said. But every advantage helps, and this is advantage. They continued moving. The terrain got familiar. Bobby recognized landmarks from the last mission. The same valley, the same approaches. But everything felt different now. They weren't running scared. They were hunting. At 1700 hours, they reached a position overlooking the valley. Bobby raised his binoculars, looked at what remained of the NVA base camp. The devastation was incredible. The B-52 strike had turned the valley floor into a lunar landscape. Craters everywhere. Trees stripped bare. Bunkers collapsed. The destruction was total. But the NVA were already rebuilding. Bobby could see work parties, maybe 50 soldiers visible, digging new bunkers, clearing debris, bringing in supplies, like ants rebuilding a destroyed nest. He photographed everything, documented troop strength, noted equipment. This was the intelligence command needed. How fast the enemy recovered from airstrikes, how resilient they were. As evening approached, Widrem signaled. He'd found something. Bobby moved to his position. Widrem pointed down the ridge. A trail, well used, fresh boot prints, patrol route. They walk this every evening. Scout perimeter, check for intruders. How many? Hard to say. Maybe 10, maybe 12. Small squad. Bobby felt his pulse quicken. This was it. This was the opportunity Hendricks had authorized. A chance to eliminate a patrol, reduce enemy capability, take control of the situation. Can we ambush them? Widrem studied the terrain. The trail ran along the ridge, fairly open, good fields of fire. If they set up right, if they used the claymores correctly, they could devastate a patrol before it knew what hit it. Yes, Widrem said finally. We can ambush, but must be perfect. All die, or some escape and warn camp. Then we have problem. How do we make it perfect? L-shaped ambush, Widrem said. He drew in the dirt. We position here and here, two sides of L-shape. They walk into kill zone. We hit them from two directions. Claymores in front, rifles from sides. No escape. All die fast. Bobby gathered the team, explained the plan. They'd set up an L-shaped ambush, classical infantry tactic. Jake and Kevin on one arm of the L. Bobby, Widrem, Jut, and Vang Pao on the other arm. Claymores positioned to hit the kill zone from both angles. When the patrol walked through, they'd be caught in a crossfire. Devastating. Inescapable. Everyone clear? Bobby asked. 6 nods. When do they usually patrol? 1800 hours, Widrem said. 6 p.m. every evening. Very regular. Bobby checked his watch. 17:15. 45 minutes. We set up now. Slow, quiet, perfect positions. Then we wait. The team moved into position. Jake and Kevin on the northern arm of the L, 30 meters from the trail. Good concealment in thick vegetation. Jake positioned his XM-21, Kevin his M16. They placed 2 claymores facing the trail, aimed to detonate when the patrol was centered in the kill zone. Bobby took the other arm with Widrem, Jut, and Vang Pao, 25 meters from the trail, perpendicular to Jake's position, creating the L shape. They placed their 2 claymores, checked fields of fire, made sure they wouldn't accidentally shoot across into Jake's position. Everything had to be perfect. Angles, distances, timing. One mistake and the ambush would fail. Some enemy would escape, would report. would bring hundreds of soldiers down on them. Bobby positioned himself behind a fallen log. Car 15 resting on top. Selector switch on semi. He could see the trail clearly, could see the kill zone, could see Jake's position across the way. They waited. Minutes ticked by. The jungle sounds continued. Birds, insects, everything normal. Bobby's heart hammered. His hands were steady on his weapon, but inside, his nerves were screaming. This was different from being chased, different from running. This was deliberate, premeditated. They were about to kill 10 or 12 men who didn't know death was waiting. Bobby pushed the thoughts away. This was war. These men were the enemy. They'd kill Bobby and his team without hesitation. This was necessary. At 1800 hours exactly, Bobby heard them. Voices. Vietnamese. Casual conversation. Soldiers on routine patrol. Not expecting trouble. Bobby hand signaled. Get ready. The patrol appeared. Bobby counted them. 11 men. NVA regulars. AK-47s slung casually. Not alert. Not concerned. Walking in a loose file. Talking. Smoking cigarettes. They walked into the kill zone. Bobby watched them through his sights. Young men. Tired. Just doing their job. Having no idea these were the last seconds of their lives. The patrol reached the center of the kill zone. All 11 men in the optimal position. Boxed in by the L-shaped ambush. Bobby squeezed the Claymore detonator. The world exploded. The Claymores detonated simultaneously. 4 mines. 2,800 steel balls screaming through the air at 4,000 feet per second. The sound was incredible. A massive boom that echoed through the valley. The concussion wave hit Bobby even from 25 meters away. The patrol disintegrated. There was no other word for it. 11 men became broken shapes. The steel balls shredded everything. Bodies, equipment, trees. The kill zone became a nightmare of blood and torn flesh. But training took over. Bobby didn't freeze, didn't stare. He brought his car 15 up, scanned for movement, for survivors. 2 men were still moving, both wounded. 1 crawling, 1 trying to stand. Jake's XM-21 boomed. The standing man went down. Bobby fired. 3-round burst. The crawling man stopped moving. Then silence. Absolute silence. Even the jungle went quiet. The birds stopped. The insects stopped. Everything stopped as if nature itself was shocked by the violence. Bobby's ears rang. The Claymore blast had been so loud, so close. His hearing would take hours to fully recover. He hand signaled. Check them. Make sure. Wai Drem and Vang Pao moved into the kill zone, weapons up, checking each body, looking for survivors, for wounded who might give warning. They found none. All 11 men were dead. The Claymores had done their job. The follow-up fire had finished it. Bobby felt sick. The smell hit him. Blood. Bowels released in death. Cordite from the explosives. Burned flesh. The smell of violent death was unique, unmistakable. It would stay in his nose for days. The metallic taste of adrenaline filled his mouth. His hands shook now. Post-combat shakes. The body's way of processing what had just happened. Collect intelligence, Bobby said. His voice sounded strange to his own ringing ears. Documents. unit patches, anything useful. Then we go. Fast. Kevin and Wyjut moved through the bodies, searching, pulling documents from pockets, noting unit insignia, taking photographs. This was intelligence. Even in death, these men could provide information. They worked for 3 minutes, then Bobby called it. That's enough. Let's move. The explosion will bring people. They moved away from the kill zone, away from the trail, back into deep jungle, putting distance between themselves and what they'd done. After 500 meters, Bobby called a halt. Security positions. We wait, see if they pursue. The team spread out, weapons oriented back toward the valley, listening, waiting. Bobby's hands finally stopped shaking. His breathing normalized. His ears still rang, but his hearing was slowly returning. Jake moved beside him. "You good?" "Yeah," Bobby said, though he wasn't sure that was true. That was different. "Yeah," Jake agreed. It was. Different from fighting while running, different from shooting back during extraction. This had been planned, deliberate. They'd waited in ambush, detonated mines, killed 11 men who never saw it coming. It was effective. It was necessary. But it felt different. Wydrim appeared beside them. Good ambush. Clean. All dead. No one escaped to warn camp. We have time now. Will they look for the patrol? Eventually, Wydrim said. When patrol does not return, they will send another patrol to investigate. But that takes time. Maybe 2 hours. Maybe more. We have window. Bobby checked his watch. 18:15. 6:15 p.m. They'd planned to observe the valley for 2 more days, but now they'd made contact, killed a patrol. The situation had changed. "We stay or extract?" Jake asked. Bobby thought about it. They'd completed the primary mission, had photographs of the reconstruction, had intelligence on troop strength, had captured documents from the patrol. But they could gather more, could observe for another day, could document more reconstruction efforts. The question was, could they stay undetected after killing a patrol? Wydrim, honest assessment. Can we stay hidden here for another 24 hours? The Montagnard considered. Maybe. We move away from valley, find new position. They will search near ambush site, not far away. If we are careful, if we are quiet, maybe we stay hidden. But it is risk. They know Americans are here now. They will increase patrols. Use dogs, maybe. Every hour we stay, risk increases. Bobby looked at his team, at Jake, at Kevin, at the indigenous fighters who'd followed him into this valley 3 times now. We extract, Bobby decided. We've got good intelligence. We eliminated a patrol. Mission accomplished. No need to push our luck. He keyed his radio. Covey, this is Sidewinder 10. Mission complete. Request extraction. Sidewinder, Covey copies. What's your status? We had contact. 1 enemy patrol neutralized. 11 KIA. No friendly casualties. We have intelligence and are ready for extract. Pause. Then. Sidewinder, good work. Proceed to primary LZ. Grid coordinates X-ray Delta Niner 26804. 3 kilometers west of your position. Jolly Green will be on station in 40 minutes. Roger, Covey. Moving to LZ now. Sidewinder out. They began moving west, toward extraction, toward safety, away from the valley where they'd just killed 11 men. The movement was careful, controlled, not the panicked running of previous missions. They weren't being chased this time. They'd struck first. eliminated the threat. Now they were leaving on their terms. It felt different, better, more controlled. They reached the LZ in 35 minutes. A ridgeline, rocky, open enough for a helicopter. The team spread into security positions, weapons oriented on the jungle, waiting for the Jolly Green. Bobby's mind replayed the ambush, the claymores detonating, the bodies torn apart, the follow-up fire, the smell, the taste of adrenaline. They'd done it perfectly. Textbook ambush. All enemies killed, no friendly casualties. Intelligence gathered, clean extraction. It was a success by any measure. So why did Bobby feel hollow? The sound of rotor blades answered his thoughts. The Jolly Green appeared, coming in fast. Door gunners alert, but not firing. No pursuit, no contact. The helicopter touched down. The crew chief waved them aboard. "Let's go! Let's go!" RT Sidewinder climbed aboard. One by one, Bobby went last. Turned for one final look at the valley where they'd learned to hunt, where they'd become something more than observers. The Jolly Green lifted off, climbing, turning, heading south toward Da Nang. Bobby collapsed in the cargo bay, exhausted, relieved, alive. The team sat in silence, processing what they'd done, what they'd become. They weren't just Recon anymore. They were killers, hunters, men who set ambushes and eliminated patrols. It was necessary. It was effective. It was the evolution of their mission. But it had changed them, changed something fundamental. They'd crossed a line, from defensive operations to offensive ones, from running to hunting, and there was no going back. The debriefing the next day was different. Hendricks was pleased, actually pleased, not just satisfied, but genuinely happy with the results. 11 enemy KIA, he said. No friendly casualties. Clean ambush. Captured documents that identify their unit as the 304th NVA Division. That's valuable intelligence. Well done, Sidewinder. The intelligence officers were excited. The documents Kevin had collected contained information on unit strength, command structure, supply status, everything that helped build the bigger picture of enemy operations. The photographs of the reconstruction are also valuable, one officer said. Shows they're recovering faster than we estimated. We'll need to hit them again soon. After the formal debrief, Hendricks pulled Bobby aside. How do you feel about it? The ambush. Bobby was quiet for a moment. It was effective, sir. Clean execution. Good results. That's not what I asked, Hendricks said. How do you feel about it? Honestly, Bobby said. It felt different. More deliberate. We weren't defending ourselves. We were hunting, setting a trap. That's different from fighting your way out. Hendricks nodded. It is different, and it should feel different. If it ever starts feeling easy, if you ever stop thinking about it, that's when you need to worry. The fact that it weighs on you means you're still human. That's important. He paused. But Bobby, what you did out there, that's the evolution of this program. We can't just observe anymore. We need to disrupt, to eliminate threats, to take control of our operations. You proved it can be done. That's huge. What's next? 1 week stand down, Hendricks said. rest, recover, process. Then we brief your next mission. And Bobby, the next one is going to be big. How big? Come back in 7 days and I'll tell you, Hendrik smiled. But start preparing your team. You're going to need everyone at their best. Bobby left the briefing room, found his team at the club. They were quiet, drinking, not celebrating, just existing, processing. He sat with them, grabbed a beer, drank in silence. After a while, Yadrem spoke. First kills are always hardest, even when necessary, even when enemy. You will remember those faces, those men. That is normal. That is human. Does it get easier? Kevin asked quietly. No, Yadrem said. Not easier. But you learn to carry it, learn to live with it. Those men we killed, they made choice to fight. They chose to be soldiers. They would have killed us if given chance. We simply made sure they did not get chance. We're changing, Jake said, as a team. We started as Recon. Now we're becoming something else. We're becoming what's necessary, Bobby said. The jungle demands adaptation. We're adapting, learning, getting better. He raised his beer. To RT Sidewinder, to survival, to adaptation, to doing what's necessary. They drank. 6 men who'd walked into the jungle as one thing and come back as something else, something harder, something more dangerous, but also something more effective. They'd learned to blend with the environment, to smell like locals, to move with the jungle's rhythm, to hunt instead of just hiding. And in 7 days, they'd take all those lessons, all that training, all that hard-won knowledge, and walk back into the jungle one more time. For a mission Hendrik said would be big, the biggest yet. Bobby looked at his team, at the men who'd become his brothers, at the warriors who followed him into danger again and again. Whatever came next, they'd face it together, as they always had, as they always would, until the jungle took them, or they finally walked out for good. But that day wasn't today. Today, they were alive. They'd survived. They'd learned. And that was enough. For now. Chapter 4. The Cost. The 7 days passed too quickly. Bobby spent them trying not to think, trying not to see the faces of the 11 men they'd killed, trying not to smell the cordite and blood that lingered in his memory like a stain. But the mind doesn't work that way. The more you try not to remember, the more the memories assert themselves. In quiet moments, in the space between sleep and waking, in the shower, in the mess hall, the faces came back. Jake found him on day 5, sitting outside the team room, smoking. Bobby had taken up the habit more seriously now. Something to do with his hands. Something to focus on besides the memories. You sleeping? Jake asked. Some, Bobby lied. In truth, he was averaging maybe 4 hours a night. The rest was tossing, turning, replaying missions in his head. Me neither, Jake admitted. He sat down, accepted the cigarette Bobby offered. I keep thinking about the ambush, about how easy it was, how perfectly it went. And that scares me. Why? Because it shouldn't be easy, Jake said quietly. Killing 11 men shouldn't feel like checking off a box on a mission list. but that's what it's becoming. Another task completed. Another success. And I worry that means we're losing something. Bobby understood. He felt it too. The slow calcification of the soul. The hardening that came from doing terrible things and calling them necessary. The distance that grew between who they'd been and who they were becoming. Yadrem says it's normal, Bobby said. Says you learn to carry it, to live with it. Yadrem's been fighting for years, Jake said. We've been doing this for what? 2 months? 3? And already I feel different. Feel harder. What happens after a year, after 2 years? Neither of them had an answer. They just sat, smoked, watched the sun set over Da Nang. 2 young men growing old fast. On day 7, Hendricks called them in. The briefing room felt colder than usual. Or maybe Bobby was just more aware of everything now, more sensitive to atmosphere, to unspoken tensions. The Major looked tired, more tired than Bobby had ever seen him. There were new lines around his eyes, new gray in his hair. Command was aging him rapidly. "Sit down," Hendricks said. His voice was different. Not the usual mission briefing tone. Something heavier. Something more personal. RT Sidewinder sat. All 6 of them. Wide-Jut's ankle fully healed now. Back to full strength. Ready for whatever came next. Hendricks stood at the map. But he didn't point to it immediately. Instead, he looked at the team. Really looked at them. RT Asp went silent 4 days ago. The room went cold. RT Asp, another Recon team. 6 men, Americans and indigenous fighters, just like RT Sidewinder. Men who did the same job, walked into the same jungles, faced the same dangers. What happened? Bobby asked quietly. We don't know, Hendricks said. They inserted 5 days ago. Standard Recon mission. Different valley. North of where you've been operating. Check-in schedule was every 12 hours. They made their first check-in. Reported insertion successful. Beginning movement to objective. That was at 1800 hours, day 1. He paused. They missed their next check-in at 0600, day 2. We gave them a window. Sometimes radios fail. Sometimes terrain blocks signals. But they never called. 24 hours of silence. 48 hours. Now, 96 hours. They're gone, Jake said. Not a question, a statement of fact. We don't know that, Hendricks said. But his voice said he did know it. They could be evading, could be on the run, could have lost their radio, could be a lot of things. But you think they're dead, Bobby said. Hendricks was quiet for a long moment. Then, yes, I think they're dead, or captured, or both. But we need to know for sure. We need to find them, or find what happened to them. That's your mission. He finally turned to the map, pointed to a valley in Laos. This was their area of operations. Their last known position was here. Grid coordinates X-ray Delta 9er 42817. You'll insert here 3 kilometers south. Move north along their planned route. Look for signs. Look for evidence. Look for bodies. The word hung in the air. Bodies. Not survivors. Not teammates to rescue. Bodies to recover. What if we find them alive? Kevin asked. His voice held hope that everyone else had already abandoned. Then you extract them, Hendricks said. But Kevin, don't get your hopes up. 4 days of silence in that environment. The odds aren't good. What if we encounter heavy enemy presence? Bobby asked. Whatever got our TASP might still be there. Then you avoid contact and extract, Hendricks said firmly. I'm not sending you in there to die too. This is a recovery mission, not a combat operation. You find what you can find, document it, and get out. Understood? Understood. One more thing. Hendricks pulled out a folder. Photographs. He spread them on the table. 6 faces. 3 Americans. 3 Montagnards. RTASP. David Hutchins. 1-0. 27 years old. From California. Wife and baby daughter back home. Chris Anderson. 1-1. 25 years old. Montana. Tony DeLuca, radio operator, 23 years old, New York. Their indigenous teammates, Bao Nguyen, Tao Xiong, Li Huang. Good men, all of them. Bobby looked at the photographs. Young faces, smiling, alive when these pictures were taken. Now, probably dead in a jungle valley. Just like RT Sidewinder could be dead. Could have been dead 3 times already. The faces looked familiar. Not because Bobby knew them personally, but because they looked like his team. Young, determined. Warriors who'd volunteered for the most dangerous job in the war. Who'd walked into the jungle knowing they might not walk out. When do we insert? Bobby asked. Tomorrow. 0500 hours. Same protocol as before. You'll have 5 days. If you haven't found anything by day 5, you extract. We're not risking another team going silent. The briefing continued for another hour. Maps, coordinates, radio frequencies, extraction plans. But Bobby's mind kept drifting back to the photographs. To the faces of men who'd done everything right, who'd been trained, who'd been careful, who'd learned lessons, just like RT Sidewinder had learned lessons. And it hadn't been enough. They'd still died, or been captured, or disappeared into the jungle that swallowed everything eventually. That night, the team gathered in their room. Nobody spoke at first, just checked gear, prepared weapons, the ritual before insertion. Finally, Drem broke the silence. This is different mission. Not fighting, not observing. We look for ghosts, for what remains of brothers who fell. You think they're dead? Kevin asked. Yes, Drem said simply. 4 days of silence in enemy territory. No radio calls. No extraction requests. They are dead. We go to understand how. To learn from their mistake. To not make same mistake ourselves. That's cold, Kevin said. That is survival, Drem replied. Every death teaches. If you ignore a lesson, you die too. We honor fallen by learning from them, by surviving because of what their death reveals. Vang Pao nodded. In Laos, when patrol dies, we study where they died, how they died, what mistake they made. Sometimes mistake is bad luck. Sometimes is bad tactics. Sometimes is bad timing. But always there is lesson. Always there is knowledge to carry forward. Bobby cleaned his CAR-15. The familiar motion. Disassembly. Cleaning. Lubrication. Reassembly. He could do it blind now. Had done it hundreds of times. The ritual grounded him. gave his hands something to do while his mind processed. "I keep thinking it could have been us," he said quietly. "Any of our 3 missions. We got compromised twice, got chased by dogs twice, fought our way out twice. We've been lucky. RT-ASP's luck just ran out first." "Luck is part of it," Jake agreed. "But skill matters too. Training matters. Decisions matter. We've made good decisions, adapted, learned. That's not just luck." "Maybe," Bobby said. "Or maybe we've just been lucky enough to survive our mistakes." RT-ASP probably thought they were making good decisions too. The room fell quiet again, because Bobby was right. RT-ASP had been trained by the same instructors, used the same tactics, faced the same dangers, and they'd still disappeared. What made RT Sidewinder different? What made them survivors while RT-ASP became casualties? Bobby wasn't sure there was an answer. Or, if there was, he wasn't sure he wanted to know it. Because maybe the answer was nothing. Maybe it was just random chance. The roll of dice that came up 7 for RT Sidewinder, and Snake Eyes for RT Asp. "Whatever we find tomorrow," Bobby said, "whatever happened to them, we document it, we learn from it, we bring that knowledge back. That's how we honor them." 6 heads nodded, agreement without words. They finished their preparations in silence, then tried to sleep. Tomorrow, they'd walk into a valley where 6 men had died, where death was probably still waiting, where the jungle had claimed another team of warriors who'd thought they were invincible. Bobby lay on his cot, eyes closed, mind racing. He thought about Hutchins, Anderson, DeLuca, Bao, Tao, Lee, men he'd never met, would never meet, except possibly as corpses in a jungle. He thought about their families, Hutchins' wife and baby daughter who'd never see him again, Anderson's parents in Montana, DeLuca's family in New York, the Montagnard villages that had lost more sons to the endless war. And he thought about his own family, his parents in Boston, his brothers in the military. What would they feel if Bobby disappeared? If RT Sidewinder went silent one day and never called in again? If another team had to come looking for their bodies? The thought made his stomach tight, made his chest constrict. He'd always known death was possible, but it had been abstract, theoretical, something that happened to other people. RT Asp made it real, made it concrete. Death wasn't a possibility anymore. It was a certainty. The only question was when. Bobby opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling. Sleep wouldn't come, so he lay there, thinking, waiting, preparing himself for what tomorrow would bring. The Huey lifted off at 0500 exactly. The morning was dark, pre-dawn darkness that felt heavier than usual. Or maybe Bobby was just projecting his mood onto the environment. The flight north took 40 minutes. Nobody spoke. The team sat in silence, each man lost in his own thoughts, each man preparing mentally for what they might find. The insertion was clean, rappelling down ropes into the jungle. No issues, no contact. The helicopter disappeared, left them alone in the darkness. Wide Drem led them north, slow, careful, following the route RT Asp would have taken. The terrain was similar to where RT Sidewinder had operated. Triple-canopy rainforest, thick vegetation, the same oppressive humidity, the same sounds, the same smells. But it felt different, more ominous, like the jungle knew what had happened here, like it was waiting to see if RT Sidewinder would join RT Asp in death. They moved for 6 hours, covering 8 kilometers, stopping frequently, looking for signs, boot prints, broken vegetation, anything that indicated RT Asp had passed this way. At 1100 hours, Y. Drim found something. He held up his fist. Stop signal. Bobby moved forward. Y. Drim pointed at the ground. Boot prints. American boots. Multiple sets, leading north. The prints were 5 days old, partially eroded by rain, but visible. RT Asp, Y. Drim said quietly. 6 men, moving north. 3 days ago, maybe 4. Bobby felt his pulse quicken. They were on the trail, following the ghosts. They continued north, following the boot prints. The trail was clear now. RT Asp hadn't been trying to hide their passage, had been moving with confidence, maybe too much confidence. At 1300 hours, Y. Drim stopped again. This time, his face was tight, his expression grim. Smell, he said simply. Bobby sniffed the air. At first, nothing unusual, just jungle smells, vegetation, humidity, earth. Then he caught it, faint, carried on the breeze, sweet, sick, rot, death, the smell of death. How far? Bobby asked. Maybe 200 meters, Y. Drim said. Upwind. We approach carefully. Maybe enemies still there. The team spread into a tactical formation. Weapons up, safeties off, every sense alert. They moved toward the smell, toward whatever waited ahead. The smell got stronger, thicker, that sweet, sick odor of decomposition. Bobby's stomach churned, his mouth filled with saliva, the body's preparation to vomit. He swallowed it down, kept moving. Y. Drim held up his fist again, pointed ahead. Through the vegetation, Bobby saw it. A small clearing. And in the clearing, the remains of a battle. The scene was chaos frozen in time. The jungle floor was torn up, vegetation shredded, trees scarred by bullets, brass casings everywhere, spent M16 casings, AK-47 casings, the detritus of violent death, and the bodies. God, the bodies. Bobby counted 3. Americans, lying where they'd fallen. 4 days in jungle heat and humidity. Decomposition was advanced. The smell was overwhelming. Bobby pulled his scarf over his nose and mouth. It helped. Barely. Y. Drim and Vang Pao spread out, checking the perimeter, making sure no enemy was still present, making sure this wasn't an ambush waiting to claim another team. Bobby forced himself to move closer, to look, to document. The first body was face down, multiple bullet wounds in the back, shot while running, or trying to run. The load-bearing vest was still on, radio still strapped to the ruck. Bobby checked the name tape. Anderson. Chris Anderson. The 1-1. 25 years old, from Montana. The second body was 10 meters away, also face down. This one had made it farther before falling. Bullet wounds in the back and legs. Name tape. DeLuca. Tony DeLuca. 23 years old, from New York. The radio operator. The third body was different. This one had turned to fight. was lying on its back, Car 15 still in death grip hands, multiple bullet wounds in the chest, face partially destroyed. Name tape: Hutchins, David Hutchins, the 1-0, 27 years old, wife and baby daughter waiting at home. Bobby felt bile rise in his throat. He turned away, breathed through his mouth, tried not to think about the photograph from the briefing, about Hutchins smiling, alive, about the baby daughter who'd grow up without a father. Jake moved beside him. His face was pale. "Jesus," he whispered. "What happened here?" Wydrum was reading the scene, moving through the battlefield, studying the evidence. They were running, being chased. Tried to set up defensive position here, but enemy was too close. Too many. They fought, but they were outnumbered. He pointed at the brass casings. Maybe 100 rounds fired by Americans. Maybe 300 fired by enemy. At least 20 NVA, maybe more. RT ASP fought hard, but they had no chance. "Where are the other 3? Kevin asked. "The indigenous team members." Wydrum searched the area, found drag marks, boot prints. Enemy took them, either captured alive or took bodies. Hard to say which. Bobby pulled out his camera, forced himself to photograph the scene, the bodies, the equipment, the bullet impacts. Everything that would help intelligence understand what happened. This was the mission. Document, learn, prevent it from happening again. Kevin was checking the bodies, looking for dog tags, for identification, for anything personal to return to families. His face was tight, professional, but Bobby could see the strain, could see how much this was costing him. "We need to take them out," Kevin said quietly. "Can't leave them here." Bobby looked at the bodies, at the advanced decomposition, at the jungle heat that had accelerated decay. "We can't carry them, not in this condition, not through 8 kilometers of jungle. We can't leave them," Kevin insisted, his voice rising. "These are Americans, our brothers. We don't leave people behind." "Kevin," Bobby said gently, "I know, but look at them. Look at the decomposition. Look at the terrain we have to cross. We'd have to cut through the jungle, make noise, leave sign, risk our own team. They're already gone. We can't help them now." "So we just leave them?" Kevin's voice cracked. "Leave them to rot in the jungle?" Yadrim spoke up. "We honor them by surviving, by learning, by not making same mistake. Their spirits are gone. These are just shells, empty. We document. We take identification. We report location. Graves registration will come later with bigger team, with helicopter support. We'll recover properly. But now, we must leave. This place is dangerous. Enemy may return." Kevin looked at Bobby, his eyes wet, pleading. But Bobby shook his head. "Yadrim's right. We document. We take dog tags. We report the location. But we can't risk the team by trying to carry them out. I'm sorry, Kevin. I know it's hard, but that's the call." Kevin turned away, his shoulders shaking. Jake put a hand on his shoulder, said something quiet. Bobby couldn't hear what. Bobby collected the dog tags himself, removed them from the bodies with hands that shook. Anderson, DeLuca, Hutchins. 3 sets of stamped metal. 3 lives reduced to name, rank, and serial number. He found Hutchins' wallet, opened it. Inside was a photograph, a woman holding a baby, smiling, happy, waiting for a husband and father who would never come home. Bobby put the wallet in his pocket for return to the family, so they'd have something, some connection to the man who died in this jungle clearing. "We need to move," Yadrem said urgently. "This place feels wrong. Enemy may have patrols nearby. We should not stay." Bobby took one last look at the clearing, at the 3 bodies lying in the jungle heat, at the evidence of RT Asp's last stand. They'd fought. They'd tried. But the jungle had taken them anyway. "Let's go," Bobby said quietly. The team moved away from the clearing, away from the dead, south toward extraction. They found a position to run 2 kilometers from the battlefield. Thick vegetation, good concealment. But nobody could rest. The smell seemed to follow them. The images burned into their minds. Bobby sat with his back against a tree, the dog tags heavy in his pocket, the wallet heavier. He pulled out his notebook, started writing, documenting what they'd found, recording lessons. RT Asp had been running when they died, being chased, just like RT Sidewinder had been chased twice. But RT Asp hadn't made it to extraction, had been caught, had tried to make a stand, had been overwhelmed. What was the difference? Why had RT Sidewinder survived when RT Asp died? Bobby wrote, luck, timing, distance to extraction, helicopter response time, air support availability, enemy pursuit speed, terrain, weather, 1,000 variables. Any one of them different, and RT Sidewinder could be the ones lying dead in a jungle clearing. He closed the notebook, looked at his team. Jake cleaning his rifle, Kevin sitting with his head in his hands, Yadrem, Yajut, and Vang Pao talking quietly. These men who'd walked into the jungle with him 4 times, who'd survived 4 missions that could have ended like RT Asp's mission ended. How much longer could their luck hold? Vang Pao moved beside Bobby, sat down. You think about your own death now, after seeing them. This is normal. Yeah, Bobby admitted. I keep thinking it could have been us, any of our missions. We got chased by dogs. We got compromised. We fought our way out. We were lucky. They weren't. Yes, Vang Pao agreed. But also, you made good decisions. You adapted. You learned fast. You listened to Yadrem and me. Many American 1-0s do not listen. Think they know better. Those ones die. Hutchins probably listened too. Maybe, Vang Pao said. Or maybe his luck ran out. Maybe enemy was faster that day. Maybe helicopter was slower. Maybe extraction point was too far. Many things kill in jungle. Sometimes, even doing everything right is not enough. That's not comforting. Truth is not always comforting, Vang Pao said. But truth is necessary. You want comfort. You should not be here. You want truth. I give you truth. This job will probably kill you eventually. Kill all of us. We can delay it, can fight it, can learn and adapt and survive longer. But jungle is patient. War is patient. They wait. They take everyone in the end. Bobby looked at the Hmong fighter. Why do you keep doing it then, if you know it'll probably kill you? Because what else is there? Vang Pao said simply. I can hide, can run to refugee camp, can live safe. But then what? I watch my people die? I watch communists win? I do nothing while my culture disappears. That is not life. That is just slow death. Better to fight, to die for something than live for nothing. He paused. You Americans, you can go home when tour ends, can leave this war, can live normal lives. We cannot. This is our home, our war, our future. We fight until we win or we die. No other option. So we accept death. We walk toward it knowing it waits. But we walk anyway, because walking away means giving up, means surrender, means losing everything. Bobby was quiet. Vang Pao was right. Bobby could leave. In a year he could rotate home, could leave Vietnam behind, could pretend this never happened. But why Drem, why Jute, and Vang Pao? They were trapped here, would fight until they won or died, had no choice. That put Bobby's fears in perspective. He was scared of dying in the jungle, but at least he had the option to leave, to go home, to survive. His indigenous teammates had no such option. They'd fight until the end, whatever that end looked like. As darkness fell, Bobby took watch with Drem. The night sounds rose, the jungle transforming. Different insects, different animals, the eternal cycle. What do you think happened to the other three? Bobby asked quietly. The indigenous team members from RTASP. Captured probably, Drem said, or killed and bodies taken. Enemy likes to parade captured fighters, show villages what happens to those who fight. Psychological warfare. Will they torture them? Yes, Drem said without hesitation. For information, for propaganda, for revenge. They will suffer before they die. Or, if they are lucky, they died quickly on battlefield, an enemy just took bodies. That's barbaric. That is war, Drem said. We would torture captured NVA if we needed information. We kill without mercy when necessary. They do same. There are no good guys in war, just survivors and dead. Bobby wanted to argue, wanted to say American forces were different, better, more humane. But he thought about the Claymore ambush, about killing 11 men who never saw it coming, about the clinical efficiency with which they'd eliminated that patrol. Drem was right. In war, everyone became something less than human, less than civilized. You did what you had to do to survive, to win, and morality became a luxury you couldn't afford. The night passed slowly. Bobby didn't sleep, just sat watch. Thought about RTASP, about Hutchins and Anderson and DeLuca, about the indigenous fighters who'd been captured or killed, about families who'd never see loved ones again. And he thought about RT Sidewinder, about how close they'd come, about how thin the line was between survival and death, about how many times they'd crossed that line and made it back. But the line was still there, still waiting. And eventually, everyone's luck ran out. The extraction happened at 0800 the next morning, 8 a.m. The Huey came in fast, picked them up from the ridgeline. No issues, no contact. Just 6 men and the dog tags of 3 dead Americans leaving the jungle one more time. The flight back to Da Nang took 40 minutes. Bobby spent it looking out the door. watching the jungle pass below, that endless green carpet, that indifferent expanse that had swallowed RT Asp, that had almost swallowed RT Sidewinder 3 times. The jungle didn't care. Didn't care about bravery or training or skill. Didn't care about families waiting at home. Didn't care about causes or politics or righteousness. It just existed, patient, eternal, waiting for everyone to make one mistake, one bad decision, one moment of bad luck, and then it swallowed you, made you part of itself, another body feeding the soil, another ghost walking the trails. The helicopter landed. Bobby climbed out. His legs felt weak, not from exhaustion, from something else, from the weight of what they'd found, from the knowledge they'd carried. Out. Hendricks was waiting. His face told Bobby he already knew, had already guessed what they'd found. But he needed confirmation. Report, Hendricks said quietly. 3 American KIA, sir, Bobby said. He pulled out the dog tags, handed them over. Anderson, DeLuca, Hutchins. Found them at grid coordinates X-ray Delta 9433821. Multiple gunshot wounds. Dead approximately 4 days. Decomposition advanced. Hendricks took the dog tags, looked at them. His jaw tightened. The indigenous team members? Missing, sir. Evidence suggests captured or killed and bodies removed. Drag marks and enemy blueprints leading away from the scene. Hendricks nodded. What happened? They were compromised, sir. Being pursued. Tried to make a stand. Were overwhelmed by superior numbers. Widrem estimates at least 20 enemy combatants, possibly more. RT Asp fought but couldn't hold. Just like you were compromised, Hendricks said. Not an accusation, just a statement of fact. Yes, sir, just like us. We got lucky. We made it to extraction in time. They didn't. Hendricks was quiet for a long moment. Then, go clean up. Get rest. Debriefing is tomorrow at 0900. And Bobby, good work out there. I know that wasn't easy. No, sir, it wasn't. That evening, RT Sidewinder gathered at the club, not to celebrate, not to drink away the memories, just to be together, to process what they'd seen. The room was quieter than usual. Other teams knew. Word had spread. RT Asp was confirmed dead. 3 Americans, 3 indigenous fighters. Another team lost to the jungle. Bobby sat with his beer untouched. Hutchins' wallet on the table in front of him. The photograph of the wife and baby visible. He'd have to return this somehow, through official channels, so the family would have something. Some final piece of the man who died. Kevin sat beside him, his eyes red. He'd been crying, not ashamed of it, just processing. I keep seeing their faces, the photographs from the briefing, smiling, alive, then seeing them in the jungle, dead, rotting. It doesn't seem real. It's real, Bobby said quietly. As real as it gets. That's what this job costs eventually. Could have been us, Jake said. He'd been saying it all day, like a mantra, like trying to process something incomprehensible. Any of our 3 missions. We got chased, we got compromised, we fought. We could have died just as easily. But we didn't. Widrem said, we survived. That is worth something. We learned. We adapted. We made good decisions. RT Asp made bad decisions somewhere, or had bad luck, or both. But we are here. They are not. That is reality. Doesn't make it easier, Kevin said. No, Wydrum agreed. It does not. Death of brothers is never easy, but it is part of this life, part of war. We honor them by continuing, by surviving, by learning from their sacrifice. Thang Pao raised his beer to R.T. Asp, to Hutchins, to Anderson, to DeLuca, to Bao, to Tao, to Lee. Warriors who fought bravely, who died in jungle doing dangerous thing. May their spirits find peace. May their families find comfort. May we learn from their sacrifice and survive longer because of it. The team raised their beers, drank. A toast to the fallen, an acknowledgement of mortality, a promise to survive. Bobby looked around the table, at his team, at the men who'd walked into the jungle with him 4 times, who'd survived 4 missions that each could have ended in death, who'd been lucky, who'd been skilled, who'd been smart enough to adapt and learn. But how much longer? How many more missions before their luck ran out? Before RT Sidewinder became the team that other teams went looking for? Before their photographs were on a briefing room table and someone else was collecting their dog tags? Bobby didn't know. Nobody knew. That was the terrible uncertainty of this job. You walked into the jungle never knowing if you'd walk out. You did everything right and still might die. You made all the correct decisions and luck could still betray you. RT Asp had proven that, had paid the ultimate price, had become a lesson written in blood and decomposition. And RT Sidewinder would carry that lesson, would remember, would apply it to future missions, would use the knowledge to survive a little longer. But eventually, the jungle would claim them too. All of them. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but eventually. Because that's what the jungle did. It waited, patient, eternal, and it took everyone in the end. The debriefing the next morning was somber. Bobby reported everything. The location, the scene, the evidence, the lessons. Hendricks listened, made notes, didn't interrupt. When Bobby finished, the major was quiet for a long moment. Graves registration will recover the bodies tomorrow, Hendricks said finally. Helicopter insertion with security element, proper body bags. They'll bring them home, return them to their families for burial. What about the indigenous team members? We'll keep looking, Hendricks said. Intelligence will monitor prisoner of war reports, check with informants. But honestly, if they were captured, the chances of recovering them alive are minimal. The NVA doesn't treat indigenous fighters well. Bobby nodded. He'd known that, but hearing it confirmed was still hard. I'm standing RT Sidewinder down for 2 weeks, Hendricks said. You've done 4 missions in 2 months, including this recovery operation. You need rest, real rest, time to decompress. What happens after 2 weeks? That's up to you, Hendricks said. You can stay with SOG, continue running missions, or you can rotate to another assignment. Your team has performed exceptionally well. You've gathered valuable intelligence. You've pioneered new tactics. You've survived situations that killed other teams. Nobody would question if you wanted to step back. Bobby looked at his hands, at the calluses, at the scars, at the physical evidence of 4 missions in 2 months. Can I think about it? Take the 2 weeks, Hendricks said. Think about it. Talk to your team. Decide what's right. But Bobby, there's no shame in saying you've done enough. This job breaks everyone eventually. The only question is whether you stop before it breaks you completely. The debriefing ended. Bobby walked out into the morning sun. It felt strange, bright, warm, alive. So different from the darkness under the jungle canopy. So different from the smell of death and rot. He found his team at their room, packing gear, cleaning weapons, the eternal ritual. Hendricks gave us 2 weeks stand down, Bobby said. Time to rest, to think, to decide if we want to continue. Jake looked up. Do we have a choice? Yeah, Bobby said. We can stay with SOG, keep running missions, or we can rotate out. Other assignments, less dangerous. Room was quiet. Each man processing, thinking about RTASP, about how close they'd come, about whether to push their luck further. Wydrum spoke first. I have no choice. This is my war, my country. I fight until I win or I die. Cannot stop, cannot leave. This is my fate. Wydjut nodded. Same. I stay. I fight. Vang Pao. My family needs me to fight. My people need me. I continue. No other path. The indigenous fighters had made their choice, or rather, had never had a choice. This was their war. Their only option was to keep fighting. Jake was next. I'll stay, he said quietly. If you stay, Bobby, I stay. We're a team. We've survived together. I'm not breaking that up now. Kevin was last. He looked at the floor. I don't know, he admitted. Seeing RTASP, seeing what happens when luck runs out, it scared me, really scared me. I keep thinking about their families, about what they lost, about what my family would lose if I die out there. He looked up. But I also keep thinking about Wydrum's village, about Vang Pao's family, about the people we're fighting for. And I don't know if I can walk away from that. Don't know if I could live with myself knowing I quit. Bobby understood, felt the same conflict, the fear of death versus the guilt of abandoning the mission, of leaving indigenous fighters to continue alone, of giving up. We have 2 weeks to decide, Bobby said. Let's use them. Let's rest. Let's think. And then we'll decide together. The 2 weeks passed in a haze. Bobby tried to rest, tried to process, tried to decide. He wrote letters home, to his parents, to his brothers. Couldn't tell them what he'd done, what he'd seen, but he could tell them he was thinking about them, that he missed them, that he hoped to see them again. He delivered Hutchins' wallet to the administrative office for return to the family. Watched the clerk put it in an envelope. Write an address in California. Another piece of bad news heading home. He talked with his team. Long conversations about fear, about purpose, about duty, about what they owed to themselves versus what they owed to others. Wydrum told stories about his village before the war, about festivals, about traditions, about a way of life that was disappearing. This is what we fight for, not just survival, but memory, culture, identity. If communists win, all of this disappears. My people become just another conquered tribe. Our language dies. Our customs die. Everything dies. So we fight to preserve, to remember, to survive. Vang Pao showed Bobby more photographs. His children, growing up in refugee camps, not knowing their homeland, not knowing freedom. I fight so maybe they can go home someday, live in Laos as free people. That is worth dying for. Knowing my children might have future I never had. These conversations crystallized something for Bobby. This wasn't just about stopping communism as an abstract concept. This was about real people, real cultures, real futures. Widrem and Vang Pao weren't fighting for ideology. They were fighting for survival, for the right to exist. And RT Sidewinder had been helping them, had been gathering intelligence that led to airstrikes, had been disrupting enemy operations, had been doing work that mattered. RT ASP had been doing the same thing, and they'd died for it, paid the ultimate price. But they'd still tried, had still walked into the jungle knowing the risks, had still fought. Was Bobby brave enough to do the same? To keep walking into danger, knowing it would probably kill him eventually? To accept that fate and keep fighting anyway? On day 13, Bobby made his decision, called a team meeting, looked at his 5 teammates, the men who'd become his brothers. "I'm staying," Bobby said. "I've thought about it, thought about RT ASP, thought about the risks, thought about everything, and I'm staying. Widrem and Vang Pao and Jut don't have a choice. They have to keep fighting. But we do have a choice, and I choose to fight with them, to see this through, however long that takes." Jake nodded. "I'm with you." Kevin was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Me too. I'm scared. I'm not going to pretend I'm not. But I'm staying. We're a team. RT Sidewinder. We survive together or die together." Bobby felt something settle in his chest. Peace, or as close to peace as you could get in this situation. They'd made their choice, would continue fighting, would walk back into the jungle as many times as it took. And if they ended up like RT ASP, at least they'd know they'd tried. They'd fought. They'd made a difference. That had to be enough. On day 14, Bobby found Hendricks, told him the decision. RT Sidewinder was staying, would continue running missions. Hendricks nodded slowly. "I thought, you might. You're good at this. Your team is good. And we need teams like yours." He paused. "But Bobby, promise me something. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks, that you won't push too hard, that you'll know when to pull back." RT ASP was a good team too. They took one risk too many, made one mistake, and it killed them. "Don't let that be you." "I'll try, sir. Try hard," Hendricks said, "because I don't want to be briefing another team to go looking for your bodies. I don't want to be handing your dog tags to your families. I don't want to write those letters home. Nobody does, sir." "No," Hendricks agreed. "Nobody does. But somebody has to. That's the cost of this war, of this job. Somebody always pays." He stood, extended his hand. Bobby shook it. "Your next mission brief is Monday, 0900 hours. Same format. Be ready." "Yes, sir." Bobby walked out of the office, into the afternoon sun. RT Sidewinder would continue, would keep fighting, would walk back into the jungle one more time, and then another time after that, and another, until they won, or until they joined RT ASP in the jungle, until other teams came looking for their bodies. But that was the future. Unknown, uncertain. All Bobby had was now. This moment, this decision, this commitment to keep fighting. He found his team at the club, drinking, talking, laughing even, finding joy where they could, because that's how you survived. You found the small moments of happiness, the small victories, the brotherhood that made the danger bearable. Bobby sat with them, grabbed a beer, joined the conversation, pushed thoughts of RT-ASP away, pushed thoughts of future dangers away, just existed in this moment, with his team, with his brothers. Wydrem raised his beer, to RT Sidewinder, to surviving 4 missions, to learning, to adapting, to continuing the fight, to RT Sidewinder. They echoed. 6 voices, 6 warriors, 6 men who'd looked death in the face and decided to keep fighting anyway. Because that's what warriors did. They fought, even when scared, even when the odds were impossible, even when they knew it would probably kill them eventually. They fought, because fighting was better than surrendering, better than giving up, better than living with the knowledge you'd abandoned brothers who had no choice but to continue. And so, RT Sidewinder would continue, would walk back into the green, back into danger, back into the jungle that waited patiently for everyone. But not today. Today, they were alive. Today, they were together. Today, they had survived. And that was enough. For now. For this moment. Tomorrow would bring new missions, new dangers, new chances to die or survive. But tomorrow wasn't here yet. So, they drank. They talked. They remembered the fallen. And they prepared to fight again. Because that was the job. The only job that mattered. Survive. Learn. Fight. Repeat. Until you couldn't anymore. Until the jungle finally claimed its due. Until RT Sidewinder became another team that went silent. Another set of photographs on a briefing room table. Another lesson written in blood for the next team to learn from. But not today. Not yet. Today, RT Sidewinder was alive, and they would fight to stay that way, for as long as fate allowed. The end.